Taking home a lonely gal from my class and turning her into an elegant beauty. Volume 1. By Yuzumoto Yuto. Translated by Yuki Kitsuneko. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Prologue. It was early June, on a rainy day when hydrangeas were in full bloom. Saitome-san. On my way home from school, I noticed a classmate sitting on a bench in a nearby park. I had just picked up some groceries for dinner at the supermarket. She wasn't holding an umbrella, just sitting there in the rain. Her name was Soroto Maoi, a girl known throughout school as a gyaru. She rarely attended class, often skipping school entirely, and her flashy long blonde hair only fueled constant rumors about her. With an air of aloofness that pushed people away, she gave off the impression of a solitary gyaru, always keeping her distance. Because of that, even her classmates avoided her, and she spent most of her time alone. Saitome-san and I had gone to the same middle school, but we had been in different classes and had no interaction back then. In fact, I didn't even realize we had attended the same school until we ended up in the same class in high school. Faced with the unusual scene, I hesitated for a moment. Should I call out to her? Normally, I wouldn't. Whether at school or in town, I would have just walked past without saying anything. For an ordinary high schooler like me, gyarus seemed to belong to a completely different world or, if not that dramatic, they at least carried an aura that made them hard to approach. It was only natural to hesitate. But seeing her sitting there, soaked in the rain and looking so lonely, I couldn't bring myself to walk away. "You're Saitome-san, right?" Summoning my courage, I held my umbrella over her and called out. She looked up at me and murmured weakly, "Akamori-kun?" Her voice was so faint that the sound of the rain almost drowned it out. Her eyes seemed wet, though I couldn't tell if it was from tears or the falling rain. "What are you doing here?" "Nothing, just sitting." Her reply was devoid of any emotion. "If you stay here like this, you're going to catch a cold. It's fine. Just leave me alone." Her tone was curt, clearly rejecting me. Her attitude made me instinctively want to back off, but there was no way I could just say okay and leave her in this situation. "The rain's getting heavier. Maybe you should head home." In the dim light, I squinted and noticed her school uniform wasn't just wet, it was slightly dirty, as if she'd been wearing the same shirt for days. The creases were evident. Saitome-san was silent for a while before muttering as if to herself, "I don't have a home." Her words were so unexpected that I doubted my ears. "What do you mean you don't have a home?" She didn't answer, instead closing her mouth tightly. There was no doubt she was dealing with some kind of situation. No, I'd suspected from the start that there was something going on. A gyaru with a bad reputation, who barely showed up to school, sitting alone in the rain without an umbrella, it wasn't hard to imagine she was carrying problems she couldn't talk about. But still, I hadn't expected this. What should I say? Before I could even think, the words were already coming out of my mouth. "If you'd like, you can come to my place." Ha! Looking back, I can't believe I said that. Getting involved was bound to be a hassle. There was no reason for me to stick my nose into the affairs of someone I barely knew. I knew all that, yet I still couldn't leave this solitary gyaru alone. Maybe it was because, when I saw her looking so lonely, it reminded me of someone else. A memory from long ago of a little girl standing alone. A memory of my first love, back in kindergarten. You can't stay here forever, right? I don't know what's going on, but for now, why not find somewhere dry to think things through? Though her face remained expressionless, I could see a flicker of surprise in her eyes. After a moment, her expression softened slightly. "Are you sure?" Her voice carried a mix of sadness and uncertainty. Seeing her like that brought back a flood of memories. Yes, that girl had always looked at me the same way. "Of course. As long as you're okay with it. If it's really all right, I'd appreciate it." "All right. Let's go." Sharing my umbrella, we walked side by side. And that's how I ended up taking home the lonely gyaru from my class. Chapter 1. Living with the lonely gyaru from my class. Any healthy high school boy has probably imagined living with a girl at least once. Maybe it's with their crush, or the most popular girl in school. Or perhaps, out of the blue, a stepsister appears after their parents remarry, or they end up living with a beautiful, wealthy neighbor. It's like a scene straight out of a drama or manga, just one page from the fantasy called youth. And honestly, there's nothing wrong with that. It's practically a rite of passage for teenage boys. Of course, if someone asked me whether I've had those kinds of fantasies, the answer is obvious: yes. I've fantasized about it more times than I can count on my fingers and toes combined. Sometimes, I even got so worked up that I couldn't sleep, only to face the cruel light of dawn with birds chirping cheerfully, feeling a crushing wave of emptiness. If you're a healthy high school boy, I'm sure you understand that soul-crushing sense of regret. But let's set aside my tragic experiences for now. There are guys out there who actually live the dream of sharing a home with a girl. To those lucky individuals, I'd like to offer both my congratulations and a well-placed bomb. Let the lovey-dovey couples explode into smithereens. They deserve it. Still, even as I jealously curse those nameless men, I understand. The allure of living with a girl is precisely because, as students, it's an unattainable dream. A dream you admire because you can't achieve it. At least, that's what I used to think until today. This is my house. Come on in, make yourself at home. Thank you for having me. Never in my wildest dreams did I think I'd end up in the position that others might envy. For now, why don't you take a bath? Here's a towel and these are my spare clothes. They're just my loungewear, but if you don't mind, you can wear them. The bathroom is down the hall on the left. Feel free to use whatever shampoo and soap are there. She couldn't just stay drenched forever, so I handed Satom-san the essentials and encouraged her to bathe. Thanks. No problem. Take your time. I watched her head off toward the bathroom, then let out a casual farewell before turning back. Wait, what the hell am I doing? My voice echoed through the living room as I scolded myself. Letting a classmate, especially a girl I barely know, into my house? What was I thinking? Sure, I couldn't just leave her there in the rain, but the words "do you want to come to my place" had slipped out so easily. Even I was surprised by my boldness. I didn't actually think she'd accept. In hindsight, it all seemed to be progressing way too smoothly. I once read in a magazine that if a girl agrees to come to your house, it's basically a green light for other things. No way. Absolutely not. Even if it were true, it would obviously be some kind of trap. There are countless stories online of guys who fell into such traps, only to be accused of something later and end up with their lives ruined. I wasn't about to become one of them. I could already imagine it. You brought a high school girl to your house. That's pretty bold. I didn't have any ulterior motives. Yeah, right. Not even a little. Maybe, a tiny bit. Arrested. The thought of such an interview was terrifying. These days, you can even get reported just for speaking to a lost child. The world is way too harsh. Even if I acted out of goodwill, there was no way I'd escape suspicion. And if someone asked me if I had zero impure thoughts, I couldn't confidently say no. Goodbye, my youth. Here's hoping I'll do better in my next life. Enough with the stupid thoughts. Let's make dinner. With a sigh, I shook off my wild imagination and started cooking. As I prepared the meal, I thought about what to do next. Honestly, I wasn't into aloof blonde gyarus. My type was more the quiet, refined, elegant kind of girl. But for now, I'd just listen to her situation and figure things out from there. As I finished cooking, I heard the bathroom door open. The hum of the hairdryer reached my ears as I carried the dishes to the table. I didn't know what had happened to her, but people tend to make better decisions on a full stomach. If she ate and calmed down, maybe she'd feel ready to talk. Not that I was sure I could actually do anything to help. Just as I was thinking that, Satom-san returned to the living room. Thanks for the bath. Oh, sure. I turned to her and immediately felt my heart skip a beat. Her long hair was slightly damp, her cheeks faintly flushed from the bath, and the sight of her wearing my loungewear clothes obviously too big for her struck a chord with my teenage imagination. There was something undeniably romantic about the mismatch of a girl in a guy's clothes. If it had been a white shirt instead, it would have been absolutely perfect. Is something wrong? And no, nothing at all. I quickly averted my gaze, trying to hide my thoughts. Taking a deep breath, I forced myself to smile and gestured to the table. Anyway, dinner's ready. Let's eat together. Sorry for everything. You've done so much for me. Don't worry about it. Sitting across from me, she picked up her spoon and slowly took a bite. It's good. Her quiet words carried a hint of life, a spark I hadn't seen before. Akamori-kun, you're really good at cooking. It's just fried rice, though. While chatting with her, a thought struck me. Despite never having spoken to her before, and assuming that the aloof blonde gyaru who didn't talk to anyone at school would be cold and unapproachable, I found it surprisingly easy to hold a conversation with her. Maybe the bath and dinner had helped her relax a bit. That didn't mean Satom-san was about to open up and share her situation, but perhaps I didn't need to feel so tense about the whole thing. Before prying into her circumstances, it seemed only fair to share a bit about my own. I've gotten a little better at cooking since I started living on my own. You live alone? Satom-san looked around in surprise. The house had only the bare minimum of appliances and furniture, making it clear that only one person lived there. Taking in her surroundings, she seemed to understand and turned her gaze back to me. Yeah, it's temporary. Right after I got into this high school, my dad had to transfer for work. My mom and little sister moved with him, but since I was about to start high school and didn't want to transfer, I decided to stay here. I'll transfer next year when I start my second year. I see. So, if it's all right, I'd like you to tell me about your situation. I set down my spoon and turned to face her. If you don't want to talk, I won't force you, and even if you do, I won't share it with anyone. Since I'll be transferring next year, there's no risk of your story getting out through me. Satom-san, what did you mean when you said you don't have a home? Hearing my question, Satom-san lowered her gaze and remained silent. After a long pause, she began to speak, her voice quiet. My parents divorced when I was young, and I lived with my mom. We didn't have much money, so I started skipping school to work part-time jobs after I entered high school, just to help with living expenses. But, a few days ago, when I came home from work, my mom was gone. Gone? Was there a note or something? No. I think she left with her boyfriend. She'd started seeing someone a while back. Bitterness filled my mouth. I wanted to punch my past self for indulging in those inappropriate fantasies earlier. After that, the landlord told me we were behind on rent. Without any way to pay, I packed up the bare essentials and left the apartment. I don't have much money left, and my next paycheck won't come for a while, so I ended up staying at the park. Unbelievable. Just utterly unbelievable. Her mother, with a daughter who had just entered high school and was working part-time to help with household expenses, left her behind to run off with some guy? That wasn't just irresponsible, it was inhuman. What are you planning to do now? I couldn't suppress the emotions welling up inside me, but I tried to maintain a semblance of composure as I asked. I don't know. I don't know what to do. Her quiet reply came with a sigh, her voice trembling slightly. If you've got nowhere to go, why don't you stay here for a while? Ha! She stared at me in surprise, then shook her head lightly. You've already done so much by letting me stay tonight. I couldn't impose on you any further. Her response was only natural. Even if we were in the same class and she was struggling, it wasn't normal for a girl to readily accept an offer to live with a guy who lived alone. She'd feel hesitant, cautious, maybe even scared. It's really no trouble. But as I watched her struggling with her thoughts, I couldn't stop myself from saying it. I knew it wasn't my business. I knew I had no place interfering with someone else's family issues. I knew that, as a high schooler, there wasn't much I could do for her. I understood all that. But hearing about her situation, I just couldn't bring myself to walk away. Maybe it was because her story reminded me of someone else. A girl from my childhood. A memory I hadn't thought of in years. Back in kindergarten, I'd fallen for a girl. She was always sitting alone in the corner of the classroom, looking so lonely. Even when I tried talking to her, she rarely replied. Her loneliness stuck with me, and before I knew it, I'd grown to like her. When I saw Satom-san sitting alone in the park, her lonely figure overlapped with that girl's. Maybe I still regretted not being able to do anything for her back then. I'm not offering you a place to stay because I want anything in return. and I'm not planning on doing anything weird. There's a spare room, and you're free to use it. Like I said, I won't share your story with anyone. We all need help sometimes, right? I was aware of how desperate I sounded. But I knew if I let her go now, I'd regret it for the rest of my life, just like I did back then. Are you sure? Absolutely. Finally, she nodded. Then, if it's okay, I'd like to stay for a while. Of course. And with that, our cohabitation began. But there's one thing I want you to promise me. Promise? Since you don't have to worry about rent or utilities, I want you to ease up on your part-time work and make sure to go to school every day. I'll handle the household expenses. I want you to get back to living a normal life. She hesitated for a moment, then nodded. All right, thank you. Her face showed a mix of guilt and gratitude, a look that lingered in my mind for a long time. Section. The next morning, I woke up earlier than usual to prepare breakfast. Since I'd started living alone, I often skipped breakfast, finding it too much of a hassle. But now that Satom-san was living here, I couldn't let laziness stop me from cooking. I didn't mind skipping breakfast myself, but it wouldn't feel right to let her go without eating. I can't even remember the last time I ate breakfast, I murmured, tasting the miso soup. I didn't know if she preferred bread or rice, so I decided to go with rice. The side dishes were simple: miso soup, a fried egg, some pre-made kimpira, and pickles I had bought earlier. It wasn't fancy, but I convinced myself it was good enough for breakfast. As I set the table, I waited for her to wake up, but she didn't come out of her room. Is she still asleep? I glanced at the clock in the living room. It was just past 7. There was still time, but I started to worry. Could it be? An uneasy thought crossed my mind. What if she had caught a cold? I didn't know how long she'd been at the park, but judging by how soaked she was, she'd probably been in the rain for quite some time. Even though she'd warmed up in the bath, it wouldn't be surprising if she'd fallen ill. Concerned, I went to her room and listened at the door. There was no sound from inside. Satom-san? I knocked lightly and called out, but there was no reply. Not wanting to disturb her sleep, I carefully opened the door and peeked inside. She was still sound asleep in bed. Leaning closer to check if she was all right, I saw her peaceful expression. Her complexion looked fine, and she wasn't sweating or showing any signs of distress. Thank goodness. I let out a sigh of relief. But now that I was looking at her up close, I realized just how beautiful her face was. Her delicate features were perfectly balanced, her long lashes emphasized her closed eyes, and her slightly flushed lips stood out against her flawless white skin. Her hair, though damaged from being dyed, contrasted sharply with her natural beauty. This might be the first time I'd ever seen a girl's face so close. Looking at her like this, she doesn't seem like a gyaru at all. Just as I was admiring her sleeping face, she stirred and opened her eyes. Crap. If she thought I'd been watching her sleep, I'd have no excuse. Where am I? Satom-san slowly sat up, her gaze unfocused as she groggily looked around the room. Still half asleep, she tilted her head in confusion. After a few moments, her eyes finally landed on me. Oh, Akamori-kun. That's right. I'm staying at your house. Yeah. You remembered. Good morning. Gee, good morning. Her greeting was accompanied by a sleepy yawn as she swayed slightly, clearly on the verge of falling back asleep. Her head drooped, and it looked like she was ready to dive back into dreamland. Breakfast is ready. Head to the living room after you wash your face, all right? Okay. I'll do that. She mumbled her response, slowly shuffling out of bed. As she made her way toward the door, I couldn't help but worry. Oh. My fears were confirmed as she walked straight into the doorframe with a soft thud. Are you okay? Yeah. I'm fine. Rubbing her forehead, she stumbled off toward the bathroom. I let out a small chuckle. Apparently, Satom-san was not a morning person. After a while, Satom-san entered the living room, still looking half asleep. I couldn't help but think, a girl wearing a guy's clothes really is a feast for the eyes. Good morning. Let's eat. Thanks. Just like the night before, we sat facing each other and clasped our hands together. Itadakimasu. Itadakimasu. Satom-san picked up her chopsticks and brought a spoonful of miso soup to her lips. I wasn't sure if you were more of a bread or rice person in the morning, so I went with rice. I prefer rice. Good, then I guessed right. With that, the room fell into an awkward silence. This is so awkward. It doesn't matter that she's a gyaru, this is just plain uncomfortable. Last night, the rush of bringing her home helped us talk easily, but now, sitting face to face like this, it was nerve-wracking. Satom-san seemed to feel the same, as we both ate quietly without saying a word. But it was only natural. Even though we knew of each other, last night was the first time we'd ever spoken. I'd spent most of the night wondering, was this really the right thing to do? For the record, the room I let Satom-san use was my sister's, and of course, I had her sleep on my sister's bed. In my fantasies, I'd imagined scenes where I'd end up sharing a bed with a girl, but to my fellow daydreaming teenage boys, let me shout this from the rooftops. Reality is not that sweet. There's no way I'd have the guts to invite a girl to share my bed. If I had that kind of courage, I'd already have a girlfriend, and I wouldn't need to rely on fantasies. It's a harsh truth. Anyway, back to reality. When my family moved away, the plan was for someone to come and check on me occasionally, so we left the beds and some basic necessities. I never thought they'd come in handy for a situation like this, though. Thanks for the food. Akamori-kun, aren't you going to eat? Oh, yeah. I will. I'd been so lost in ridiculous fantasies that I'd forgotten to eat. Hurriedly shoving food into my mouth, I realized the guilt was making it hard to taste anything. Once we finish breakfast, let's get ready for school. Since we can't leave together, I'll head out first. You can take your time and leave a bit later. But my uniform, it's still wet from the rain. I washed it last night and ran it through the dryer. I pointed to a corner of the living room where her uniform was hanging. Wow, thank you. You can do everything, right? It's not like I wanted to become self-sufficient. I just didn't have a choice. Before high school, I didn't do a single chore. Living alone was tough at first, but you'd be surprised how much people can manage when they have to. So don't worry about the future too much, it'll all work out. Yeah, I hope so. I tried to lighten the mood with a smile. Her return smile was small and awkward, but it was there. Oh, right. Here, take this. I placed a key with a small keychain on the table. What's this? The spare key to the house. Are you sure? Of course. If we're going to be living together for a while, you'll need it. I can't always be here to lock up or greet you. Actually, I'll need you to lock up when you leave for school today. All right. I'll take care of it. Handing her the key made the reality of our cohabitation sink in. One more thing, I have a suggestion. Let's stop calling each other by our last names. Ha! Since we're living together, it feels too formal to keep addressing each other like that. It might take some getting used to, but I think it'll help if we use our first names. You can call me Akira. Okay. Then you can call me Aoi. Sometimes, closing the distance starts with something as simple as a name. With that settled, we finished breakfast and got ready for school. Section. Our high school was about a 15-minute walk from home. When I was choosing schools, one of my main criteria was proximity. Having watched my father struggle with long commutes due to his frequent job transfers, I grew up thinking that spending excessive time traveling was a waste. In Tokyo, he spent over an hour each way on packed trains. In rural areas, he'd drive for half an hour or more, or even combine walking and bus rides to get to work. Watching him, I was convinced that I'd avoid that hassle at all costs. Thankfully, this school fit my academic abilities, so the decision was easy. I couldn't have been happier about getting to sleep in a little longer. Well, now that I'm living with Aoi, my leisurely mornings might become a thing of the past. Akira, morning. When I arrived at school and sat at my desk, someone greeted me with a tap on the shoulder. Turning around, I saw a familiar face. Morning, Eiji. The guy was a calm, collected young man, a good friend since middle school. This was Kazurashi Eiji, the only friend who knew the old me. Now, you might wonder why I phrase it like that, as though I've changed drastically. It's because my father's job often required us to move, and we'd actually lived in this city once before when I was in kindergarten. Eiji and I had been inseparable back then, always playing together. When I returned during my first year of middle school, we reunited after years apart. I barely recognized him. He'd grown into such a good-looking guy that I didn't even realize who he was until he called out to me. "Not with Izumi today?" "I am." She just stopped by the faculty room for some class rep stuff. Izumi was Eiji's girlfriend and our class representative. They'd been dating since middle school and were well known for always arriving at school together. Even now, they were famous as the it couple of our high school, constantly showering each other with affection for everyone to see. As someone who had to witness this up close, I wished they'd spare a thought for my sanity. As if on cue, a cheerful voice rang out. "Eiji-kun, sorry to keep you waiting." A bubbly girl bounded over and latched onto Eiji. Her light brown, short-cropped hair and soft, downturned eyes gave her an adorable look. This was Asamiya Izumi, Eiji's ever-energetic girlfriend. "Welcome back. Thanks for handling the class rep duties." "Thanks. You're so sweet, my darling. Love you." "I love you, too." Right there in the middle of the classroom, they exchanged sweet nothings without a trace of shame. Eiji patted Izumi's head as she clung to him, snuggling like a puppy. It was such a familiar sight that none of our classmates even reacted anymore, merely watching with smiles. Izumi was as lively as ever, bubbling with energy and full of charm. As class rep, she was also dependable, always ready to lend a hand to anyone in need, no matter the situation. Sometimes, I wished that hand would give me a break from all the second-hand embarrassment. Such was Izumi's stance, and it earned her support from both the students and teachers. In other words, she was the class favorite. Even though she was the complete opposite type of person from the calm Eiji, they somehow seemed to get along. Men and women really are incomprehensible. "Oh, good morning, Akira-kun. Don't greet me like you just remembered I existed." Speaking of remembering, it seems they came to school today. Right after Izumi looked like a light bulb lit up over her head, the classroom door creaked open. The moment it did, the chattering classmates quieted down, and the atmosphere in the room shifted completely. Everyone's eyes turned toward the doorway. When I followed their gaze, there she was, Aoi-san. The classmates silently stared at Aoi-san with cold eyes. From various corners of the classroom came murmurs like, "It's rare to see her come to school. When was the last time, anyway?" And honestly, I forgot she even existed. None of the comments could be interpreted as friendly. Naturally, Aoi-san heard them, but she didn't show any reaction as she quietly took her seat. The classmates resumed their conversations as if nothing had happened. This reaction made Aoi-san's position in the class painfully clear. Eiji, Izumi, and I watched the scene unfold in silence. It's been a while since Aoi-san came to school. I was worried since she'd been absent for so long. "I'm glad she's here," Izumi said, visibly relieved. "I'll go say hi." "Sure, go ahead." "Aoi-san. Good morning." Izumi, unfazed by the stares of the classmates, called out to Aoi-san. In this class, Izumi was the only one who didn't ignore her. Perhaps it was partly due to her position as the class representative, but more than that, it was likely her naturally caring personality. After all, she had volunteered to be the class rep. She truly had an innate desire to look after others. But whether Aoi-san appreciated Izumi's overly casual approach was another matter entirely. "Good morning." Aoi-san replied curtly, and no matter how much Izumi tried to engage her, she maintained her aloof demeanor. It was almost as if the easygoing girl who had spoken to me at home was a completely different person from this reserved, blonde-haired gyaru. "You came to school today. How have you been?" "Fine." "That's great. Fine is the best." Izumi's persistence and cheerful smile were nothing short of impressive. Watching this familiar scene unfold, my thoughts began to wander toward the future. With Aoi-san living at my house, her immediate living situation should be fine. At least until I transfer schools, she wouldn't have to worry about a place to stay. Financially, I could manage with the living expenses I received from my parents. Supporting the two of us wouldn't be impossible. Plus, Aoi-san was working part-time, so eventually, we'd have a little more financial breathing room. But what about after I transfer? If she hadn't found a place to stay by then, what would happen? Would she lose her home again, with no place to belong at school either? This time, there might not be anyone willing to extend a helping hand to her. At this rate, it seemed unlikely that anyone would step up to support Aoi-san. Even if Izumi continued to look out for her, getting the rest of the classmates to accept Aoi-san wouldn't be easy. Unless she made an effort to reach out herself, nothing would change. The same applied to the teachers. A blonde-haired gyaru who barely attended school wasn't going to get a glowing evaluation from them. Are you that concerned about Aoi-san coming to school? Before I realized it, my gaze had been fixed on Aoi-san. Age's question made me hurriedly avert my eyes. Oh, no, it's not like that. Then what is it like? Aoi-san. She went to the same middle school as us, right? Yeah, she did. I didn't really have any interaction with her. I transferred in the middle of first year, so I don't know much, but was she always like this in middle school? Neither I nor Izumi were ever in the same class as her, so I can't say for sure, but I heard she started dressing like a gyaru after entering high school. She's always been a bit of a loner, though, so that part hasn't changed. I see. I gave a lackluster response and turned my eyes back to Aoi-san. Well, if she ever needs help, I'll be there. I'm not in trouble or anything, but thanks. Right after Age's reply, the chime signaling the start of class rang. Even during the lesson, my thoughts were consumed by what lay ahead. Chapter 2, From a blonde-haired gyaru to a black-haired elegant beauty. The next day, Saturday, I went to a nearby shopping mall with Aoi-san. This was one of the 2 large commercial complexes in the city. The premises included attractions like a movie theater and a hot spring facility, offering entertainment for all ages. As such, weekends always drew large crowds, and even now, the facility was bustling with families and students. Well, it's typical for a rural area like this to have no other hangout spots. Let's start with clothes. You probably don't feel comfortable staying in your uniform all the time. Okay. Aoi-san and I headed to a nearby apparel store. As expected from a women's clothing store, there wasn't a single other man in sight besides me. I couldn't help but feel out of place, wishing I had suggested a store like ZU or Uniqlo, where they carried clothes for both men and women. As I walked around, the awkwardness of being in unfamiliar territory weighed on me. Aoi-san seemed indecisive about what to pick. Nothing catches your eye? No, it's not that. There's just so much to choose from. Take your time and pick what you like. Akira-kun, what kind of clothes do you think would suit me? No, don't worry about my preferences. Just choose what you like, Aoi-san. But, since you're the one paying, I'd feel better if you picked something for me. What? Seriously? I didn't expect to be handed such a critical task. To be honest, I don't know much about women's fashion. I mean, isn't that the case for most guys? Still, I have daydreamed about ideal date outfits while browsing the internet, thinking something like, I'd love it if my girlfriend wore this. For the record, my ideal style is absolutely the neat and elegant look. A long skirt, rather than a mini, paired with a top that complements the skirt's color. Given the current season, a light-colored blouse or shirt would work perfectly. If it's a pleated skirt, that's even better. Honestly, just imagining tracing my fingers along the pleats forever feels like paradise. Anyone else share this feeling? But I digress. I don't know anything about the type of clothes gyarus like to wear. Do you think flashy clothes would be better? Ha! Flashy clothes? Why? She shot the question back at me. When I think of gyarus, I picture crop tops and miniskirts, but maybe that's outdated. The style of gyarus has always been diverse and changes with the times. Apparently, back in the day, gyarus were synonymous with black gyarus who tanned their skin dark at salons. Later, the opposite trend of white gyarus emerged, emphasizing pale, pristine skin. Black and white, is this Othello or what? Anyway, why do I know all this? Because I googled how to interact with gyarus last night before bed. I actually prefer more subdued clothes. How about something elegant and refined? That's fine. I see, so she's part of the elegant gyaru faction. Not bad. With that in mind, I scanned the store again, searching for something that fit the image. Eventually, I noticed a mannequin outfitted in a display near the back of the store. What about this combination, Aoi-san? The mannequin was wearing a light pink cardigan over a white long skirt. The overall look was simple yet tasteful, exuding elegance without being over the top. You might think it's lazy to copy a mannequin's outfit, but honestly, trusting the store staff's styling was safer than relying on my non-existent fashion sense. Alright, I'll go with this. I'll try it on. Got it. I'll wait by the entrance. Okay, wait for me. As Aoi-san headed to the fitting room, I took a seat on a bench in the corridor outside the store. Now that I thought about it, why was I at the mall with Aoi-san in the first place? The reason dates back to last night. Section. It's chilly tonight. The rain that began in the afternoon intensified by the time school ended, and by nightfall, it was pouring so hard that the sound of raindrops hitting the windows echoed through the house. Though it was early June and technically early summer, the rain brought a distinct chill to the air. It was cool enough that I found myself digging out warmer loungewear. Aoi-san must be feeling cold in those clothes. I'd lent her long-sleeved summer loungewear, but it was thin and not suited for this weather. Thinking she might need something warmer, I rummaged through my dresser to find thicker loungewear for her. Aoi-san had mentioned that she only took the essentials when she left home. Judging by how little she brought, she really must have only packed the bare minimum. With no specific destination in mind, she likely couldn't bring much. At home, she was always wearing my loungewear, so I doubted she had any casual clothes with her. Thinking ahead, it seemed necessary to get her some proper clothing. Not just clothes, there were probably other daily necessities she needed as well. As I mulled over this, I grabbed a set of warmer loungewear and headed back to the living room. Aoi-san, it's cold today, so wear this after your bath. Is that okay? Thank you. She placed the loungewear on her lap and thanked me, her expression still carrying a hint of guilt. By the way, Aoi-san. Yes. Do you have any plans for tomorrow? No, I don't have any plans for tomorrow. I used to work part-time on weekends, but now I've changed my schedule to only work after school on weekdays. I made a promise with you, Akira-kun, to attend school properly. I see. In that case, how about we go shopping together? Ha! When I suggested it, Aoi-san looked surprised and fell silent. Her cheeks turned red as if she were embarrassed, and she lowered her gaze. I'm not forcing you or anything, though. Did I say something strange? No, it's fine. It's just, this is my first time going out with a guy. What? In that moment, I realized why Aoi-san seemed so flustered. Could it be she thought I was asking her on a date? No, it's not like that. That's not what I meant. I was thinking we could get some things you might need for living at my place, daily necessities, clothes, and other items. I figured it'd be hard for you to carry everything alone, so I thought I could help with that. I tried to explain myself with exaggerated gestures, only to realize something mid-sentence. Isn't this exactly what people call a shopping date? Oh, I see. You surprised me for a moment. Sorry, I didn't explain it well. My bad. No, I'm the one who misunderstood. Sorry about that. The atmosphere grew awkward and difficult to describe. The silence was unbearable, and now, even I was starting to feel my face heat up, just like Aoi-san. I'd love to go, but I don't have much money to spend. My next paycheck won't come until later this month, so I can't afford to use any money right now. That's fine. I'll cover the expenses. Oh no, I couldn't let you do that. I've been saving up for emergencies, and it's just been sitting there. It's not like I use it often, so I might as well spend it on something worthwhile, like making life more comfortable for both of us. Thank you. Whenever Aoi-san thanked me, her expression always carried a trace of guilt. Considering her circumstances, it made sense. But seeing that look on her face made my chest ache just a little. Section. And that's how I ended up shopping with Aoi-san. Looking around, though, the mall was packed with people. If we lingered too long, there was a good chance we'd run into a classmate. In a crowd this large, it wouldn't be surprising to find one or two people we knew. If someone saw us together, it'd definitely stir up trouble. Aoi-san and I were only classmates. We had no personal relationship before this. If we were seen together, people might assume we were secretly dating. In high school, who's dating who is prime gossip material. No, it wouldn't stop at simple speculation about our relationship. It'd likely escalate into me being dragged into the same negative rumors that plagued Aoi-san. I wouldn't mind if it was just me being talked about, but if it led to her circumstances being exposed or the fact that we were living together, that was something I absolutely had to avoid. It was best to finish our errands quickly and head back. Sorry to keep you waiting. Lost in thought, I suddenly heard Aoi-san's voice. Oh, that was quick. How do I look? The moment I looked up, I was left breathless. Seeing Aoi-san in casual clothes for the first time was beyond my expectations. Even though I had picked the outfit, it suited her so well that I was taken aback. Sure, the store staff had styled it, but I couldn't help but feel proud for choosing it. Who knew a girl's appearance could change so drastically between a uniform and casual wear? It was perfect, except for one thing that caught my attention. Does it not suit me? She asked nervously, perhaps because I had been staring blankly at her. No, it suits you really well. Really? That's a relief. Let's get this one, and maybe pick out a few more. Oh, no, I couldn't let you buy so many. Don't worry about it. But, even as I tried to reassure her, Aoi-san didn't seem comfortable with the idea. How about this? You can pay me back when you're able to. She was probably going to feel guilty every time I offered to pay for something. Aoi-san's gratitude was often overshadowed by her feeling like a burden. Even when thanking me, she never smiled. Her expression always seemed troubled. I wanted to find a way to ease her mind, even just a little. You can pay me back gradually with your part-time earnings or when you start working in the future. Until then, I'll cover it, and you can repay me when you're able. Are you sure? Of course. Thank you. I'll take you up on your offer. Even as she spoke, her smile was a little stiff. Let's look around for more things. Okay. Still, seeing her smile for the first time made me happy. Afterward, we browsed the store again, picked out a few more items, and left with our purchases. We visited a drugstore and a general goods store to buy daily necessities for Aoi-san. By the time we'd finished shopping, an hour and a half had passed since we arrived at the mall. Aoi-san, is there anything else you'd like to buy? I think I'm fine. Oh. Aoi-san suddenly looked as though she'd just remembered something. What is it? No, it's nothing. Even though Aoi-san said she was fine, her expression clearly showed that she remembered something she'd forgotten to buy. It's fine, we've come all this way, so I don't mind tagging along. No, really, it's okay. She seemed oddly flustered, almost embarrassed, as she declined. I had no idea what she was embarrassed about, but, well, if Aoi-san said it was fine, then I wouldn't push. Do you want to go anywhere else, Akira-kun? Actually, I do. Mind coming with me for one last stop? Of course. I led Aoi-san through the mall, walking only a short distance before arriving at our destination. This is a hair salon. When I first saw Aoi-san in her casual clothes, her blonde hair had caught my attention. Her hair was long and visibly damaged, likely from being dyed blonde a while ago. The roots had grown out, leaving an uneven pudding appearance. While I thought black hair would complement her elegant outfit better, it was ultimately her choice. Even if she wanted to keep the blonde, touching up the uneven color would make a big difference. Since we've bought new clothes, why not get your hair done too? No, it's fine. That would cost too much. Don't worry about it. Gently nudging her forward, I half forced her into the salon. Welcome. The salon wasn't busy since it was lunchtime, so a free stylist immediately approached us. Why are all male hairstylists so ridiculously handsome? Is it a job requirement, or do good-looking people naturally gravitate toward becoming hairstylists? If it's the former, there must be some face score criteria during hiring. Excuse me, we don't have a reservation. Is that okay? Of course, no problem. Will it be for both of you? No, just her. Understood. Girlfriend, this way, please. As the stylist tried to guide her to a seat, Aoi-san froze and hesitated. Is something wrong, Aoi-san? Well, She seemed to struggle with her words before finally speaking, as if she had made up her mind. Sorry, but I'm not his girlfriend. What? Both the stylist and I blinked in confusion. Oh, Aoi-san. I think he meant it in the general sense, not as in my girlfriend. Wait, really? Oh no. I misunderstood. She covered her face with both hands in embarrassment, but her red ears gave her away. Even if that's what he meant, I don't think you needed to correct him. I thought I should clarify since he asked. This is my first time at a place like this. Her earnestness was endearing, even as I silently noted how naive she seemed. There was something about her, a kind of innocence or unfamiliarity with the world. This wasn't the first time I felt this disconnect. Even when I first invited her to stay at my house, there was a subtle but noticeable gap between her appearance and her personality. For someone who seemed like a stereotypical gyaru or delinquent, her actual demeanor was far from it. Working part-time to support her family had already surprised me. But now, she's never been to a hair salon before? Seriously? How have you managed your hair until now? My mom usually cuts it for me. As for the blonde, it wasn't really my idea. She suggested we dye it together, and I didn't expect it to turn out this bright. A high schooler relying on their mom for haircuts. That's surprising. But before I could pass judgment, I stopped myself. Can I ask you something? Sure. What is it? Aoi-san, are you actually not a gyaru? Me? A gyaru? Why would you think that? She tilted her head, genuinely puzzled. And with that, it was confirmed Aoi-san wasn't a gyaru or a delinquent. Given her family situation, it made sense that she worked part-time to help out. Having her mom cut her hair was likely a financial necessity, and her blonde hair, which seemed like a defining trait, was simply the result of her mom's whim. Removing that filter of assumptions revealed the truth. Aoi-san was just a kind-hearted, family-oriented girl. I see. I'm honored to be your stylist for your first salon visit. Please, this way. The stylist, unbothered by Aoi-san's awkwardness, smiled warmly and guided her to a chair. Seriously? A guy who's both good-looking and this considerate? Unreal. What style are you thinking of? I'm not sure. Her uncertainty was endearing, especially now that I understood she wasn't what she appeared to be. Through the mirror, she glanced at me, her eyes silently pleading. What should I do? Just make her hair look nice. I'll leave it to you. Understood. I'll do my best. After my input, the stylist got to work. As I sat in the waiting area, I began reflecting on everything. We'd all been wrong about Aoi-san. She wasn't a delinquent or a gyaru. She was simply a shy, kind girl who cared deeply about her family. Her flashy appearance and frequent absences from school had led us to form assumptions and keep our distance. But Aoi-san's reserved nature had made it difficult for her to correct those misunderstandings. It was no one's fault, but that didn't make it any less unfortunate. If her circumstances had been different, maybe her school life wouldn't have been so isolating. But the past can't be changed. The future, though, the future can definitely be changed. I whispered to myself as I organized my thoughts. For the first time, I felt like I understood what I could do. Thank you for waiting. Oh, right. Lost in thought for quite a while, I snapped back to reality at the stylist's voice and approached Aoi-san. Whoa. I couldn't help but let out a strange noise at the sheer transformation in front of me. Is it weird? Aoi-san glanced at my reaction through the mirror, her shoulders shrinking slightly in embarrassment. Before me stood a black-haired, elegant beauty, someone who perfectly embodied my ideal image. Her once blonde hair had been dyed a natural black, with the uneven ends trimmed neatly. The stylist had clearly put their all into restoring her hair. It gleamed with a silky shine that made it hard to believe it had been so damaged before. Professional work is truly incredible. Had I not known better, I might have shouted, "Who is this?" The transformation was just that dramatic. It's not weird at all. I think it looks amazing. Really? You're not just saying that. I wouldn't lie about something like this. Then. I'm glad. She sighed in relief, her demeanor and appearance perfectly fitting the description of an elegant beauty with black hair. For the first time, it felt like I was seeing the real Aoi-san. Shall we go? Yeah. After paying and thanking the stylist, we left the salon. I made a mental note to start coming here for my own haircuts. Outside the salon, I glanced at the clock. It was just past 12:30 p.m. Afternoons are usually peak time for places like this, and the mall was now even busier than when we had entered the salon. Let's head home. Okay. We can always come back if there's anything else we need. Or we could just order online. You're right. That's a good idea. Part of me thought it'd be nice to grab lunch before heading back, but with the mall this crowded, sticking around felt risky. The last thing I wanted was to run into someone we knew. Just as we started walking toward the exit. Akira-kun is on a date with a girl. A cheerful and all too familiar voice pierced my ears, freezing me in my tracks. The voice was so loud there was no way I had misheard. But please, let it be a mistake. Slowly, I turned around, sweating nervously. Of course, my wish didn't come true. There they were, Izumi, the owner of the voice, and next to her, Eiji. Why are you two here? Panic, confusion, regret, and despair. Every negative emotion imaginable surged through me all at once. This is a classic date spot for couples. It's not strange for us to be here. You should have told us you had such a cute girlfriend, Akira-kun. Keeping secrets, aren't you? Eiji wore his usual calm smile, while Izumi smirked mischievously and elbowed me in the side. It wasn't just a playful nudge, it actually hurt. But I didn't even have the mental space to react. After a few jabs, Izumi finally seemed satisfied and stepped forward to face Aoi-san, extending her hand. Nice to meet you. I'm Izumi Asamiya, Akira-kun's classmate. And this here is Eiji Kazuki, my boyfriend and Akira-kun's best friend. What's your name? Wait, does Izumi not realize this is Aoi-san? I was about to feel relieved when Izumi suddenly furrowed her brows. Have we met before? Please don't figure it out. If she doesn't realize it's Aoi-san, I might be able to. You changed your hair. I always thought black suited you better. Wait, are you? Aoi-san? You're Aoi-san, right? Yeah. It's over. Everything is over. Wow. I didn't recognize you. You look so stunning now. This suits you so much better, like a proper beautiful heroine vibe. Your heroine power is off the charts. Izumi gave a thumbs up and winked playfully, but I couldn't have felt worse. So, why are you two together? Please. Don't ask. I'm begging you, just let it go. But of course, they wouldn't let it slide. We'll hear the full story later. For now, let's grab a seat at a cafe. Fine. Prodded by Eiji, we moved to a cafe inside the mall. I felt like a suspect being escorted for questioning. After moving to the cafe, the four of us ordered our drinks and sat at a table in the back. I hadn't planned to order anything since I doubted I could stomach anything right now, but Izumi insisted I try their newest drink and give her my thoughts. So here I was, stuck with some overly fancy concoction whose name I couldn't even pronounce, something like umpteenth passion something chino. Seriously, what language is that? I felt like a lab rat being used for her experiments. Not that it mattered, I wouldn't know the difference between drinks anyway. We sat at a four-person table, with Aoi-san and I on one side, and Eiji and Izumi across from us. Eiji wore his usual calm smile, while Izumi leaned forward excitedly, practically vibrating with curiosity. She reminded me of a puppy barely restraining itself from lunging at its food. As I let out the biggest sigh of my life, Eiji tried to reassure me. We're not here to devour you, you know. Yeah, sure. The thought of the impending interrogation weighed heavily on me. How much should I even tell them? Now that they knew something was going on, lying or giving half-truths would only backfire later. In a way, it might actually be a stroke of luck that the first people to find out were these two. At least it wasn't some random classmates spreading rumors behind my back. Having these two hear me out in person was far better. Still, explaining everything meant touching on Aoi-san's personal circumstances. I glanced at Aoi-san. As expected, her expression was tense with worry. Even if we managed to deflect suspicion this time, Every close call would just pile on to her existing anxieties about the future. If anything, having more allies might ease her burden. And if there were two people I could trust with this, it was Eiji and Izumi. Aoi-san, would it be okay if I told them everything? Ha! Her surprise was understandable. I continued carefully, wanting her to feel assured. These two are close friends of mine. I trust them completely. They won't go around spreading our business, that's a promise I can make. And if they agree to help, it could make things a lot easier moving forward. Aoi-san lowered her gaze, thinking it over. After a moment, she looked up at me and nodded slightly. If you think it's okay, then I'm fine with it. Thanks. Reassured by her consent, I turned to Eiji and Izumi. What I'm about to tell you stays between us. Don't share it with anyone. Got it? I promise. And if possible, I'd like your help. Depending on what it is, I'll do my best. I won't tell anyone, though, that's for sure. Same here. You can count on me. Trusting their words, I began explaining everything. I told them how I met Aoi-san a few nights ago in a park during a rainstorm. How her mother had disappeared with a man, leaving unpaid rent behind, which forced them out of their apartment. How she had nowhere to go, so she started living with me. I explained that her absences from school were due to working part-time to help with her family's finances, and that her blonde hair wasn't her choice, it was her mother's idea. I told them that Aoi-san wasn't a delinquent or a gyaru, but just a shy, kind-hearted girl. By the time I finished, the ice in my drink had melted almost completely. I see. Eiji's expression wasn't one of shock, but rather quiet contemplation. That's not what I expected. It's surprising. Expected? What do you mean? Oh, nothing. So, what's your plan moving forward? I had anticipated the question. And I already had my answer. Before we start our second year, I want to make sure Aoi-san's situation is resolved. Saying it aloud only reaffirmed my resolve. I want to help her find a stable place to live, clear up the rumors about her at school, and ensure she doesn't have to carry these burdens anymore. I don't know exactly how I'll do it yet, but that's what I'm aiming for. Akira-kun. Aoi-san whispered softly beside me. To you too. It might seem strange that I'm doing all this for someone I've only just started talking to recently. You might think I have no obligation to help, even if I misunderstood her situation before. But I've already decided. I was fully aware this wasn't like me. I usually avoided trouble like the plague and never thought of myself as someone capable of helping others. But when I learned the full extent of Aoi-san's situation, I didn't even hesitate, I just wanted to help. Sure, part of it might be because she reminded me of my first crush, but my feelings were genuine. If there's a reason to help someone, that's enough for me. So, will you help me? Of course, I'll help. Without hesitation, Eiji agreed. Really? That's fine with you? Yeah. It's just like you to not leave someone in need. Just like me? Really? His words didn't quite click. But Eiji simply smiled knowingly. You might not realize it, but when it really matters, you always step up. That's who you are. I wasn't sure what he meant, but if he said so, it must be true. Thanks, Eiji. Turning to Izumi, I noticed her wiping tears from her face. Wait. Izumi, are you crying? Izumi was full-on sobbing loudly. I'll help too. Sniffle. I'll do whatever it takes. While her enthusiasm was appreciated, her reaction was over the top. But deep down, I was genuinely moved by her heartfelt response. Can I ask one more thing? Eiji handed Izumi a handkerchief as he spoke. Sure, what is it? Why did you set a deadline for fixing things before the second year starts? That's... I hesitated. I hadn't told them about my upcoming transfer. I didn't want to, because admitting it felt like accepting that I'd have to leave them. But now seemed like the right time to share. I'm transferring schools when the second year begins. Transferring? Their simultaneous shock was palpable. My dad's job is relocating him again. My mom and sister Hiyori already moved this spring. Since I had already enrolled here, I stayed to finish the first year, but I'll have to transfer before the second year starts. So, my time here ends next March. Hiyori-chan isn't here anymore? Izumi's voice rang out in disbelief. Yeah. For Hiyori, transferring earlier was better since it would help her prepare for high school entrance exams. That's why she transferred at the start of her 3rd year in middle school. You could have told me about it. As her reaction made clear, Izumi and my sister Hiyori were very close. Hiyori, a year younger than us, had been more than just a junior to Izumi at our old middle school. They had a personal bond, one even stronger than the friendship Izumi and I shared. In fact, Izumi met Hiyori before she met me and used to visit our house to hang out with her. I was genuinely shocked when I later found out Izumi was dating Eiji. Hiyori probably didn't tell you because of me. I hadn't told you or Eiji about my situation yet, so she likely held back out of consideration for me. I see. I'm sorry you had to find out like this, but please continue being good friends with her. Of course. Izumi's shoulders slumped, clearly upset. That's really unfortunate, Eiji said, closing his eyes as if mourning the inevitable separation. That's all for now. I'll bring up the specifics with you both another time. Sure. Let us know when you're ready to discuss it. Yeah. Aoi-san, shall we head home? Okay. Oh, but... Aoi-san paused as if something had just come to mind. There's somewhere I'd like to stop by. You can go home ahead of me, Akira-kun. Somewhere you'd like to stop by. I remembered her earlier reaction when it seemed like she'd forgotten to buy something. Was she planning to go back and pick it up now? I'll go with you. No, it's fine. But if you're buying something, wouldn't it be easier for me to help carry it? Well, Aoi-san hesitated, her gaze dropping to the floor as if struggling to say something. What could she possibly need that she didn't want me around for? I've got it. Aoi-san, why don't I go with you? Izumi suddenly volunteered, standing up with an energy that felt impossible after her earlier tears. I figured Aoi-san would refuse, but... Really? Is that okay? Of course. Seriously? Alright, then I guess today's date is over for us. Eiji, see you later. Love you. Love you too. Take care. With Izumi dragging her along, Aoi-san hurriedly left the cafe. That left just Eiji and me, the mood around our table noticeably quieter. Why, though? It's probably a place she wouldn't feel comfortable going with a guy. Like where? It's best not to ask. Fair enough. I was a bit worried about leaving her alone, but with Izumi, I knew she'd be safe. Still. You two really say I love you in public? Why not? There's no wrong place for lovers to express their love. Yeah, well, maybe tone it down a bit. Not everyone wants to hear it. I was used to it by now, but judging by the reactions of the people around us, it wasn't exactly appreciated. The lady at the next table had nearly spat out her tea in shock. Don't you think couples can understand each other without saying it out loud? Maybe some can, but I believe that men and women, in particular, can never truly understand each other without words. That's why expressing your feelings verbally is so important. That's surprisingly blunt. Curious, I pressed him for more. Why do you say that? It's impossible to fully understand someone without words. Even family members don't completely understand each other, so how can you expect a romantic partner, someone who's essentially a stranger, to just know how you feel without saying it? Fair point. Take you and Aoi-san, for example. You had no idea what she wanted to buy. Not because you didn't care, but because you tried to understand her without her telling you. That's why communication is essential. Eiji added, of course, whether the other person is willing to talk is another story. That almost sounds philosophical. Still, I couldn't deny the truth in his words. I had invited Aoi-san to stay at my house because I wanted to help her. But I couldn't know how she truly felt about it. Maybe she was grateful. Maybe she was relieved. Or maybe, deep down, she hated it but didn't have any better options. The possibility that my kindness might feel like a burden to her wasn't zero. As Eiji said, I couldn't read her mind. Of course, not everything needs to be talked out. Effort to understand and thoughtful silence both have their place. But don't confuse consideration with avoidance. If you truly want to stay close to someone, you have to talk about the things that matter. I see. I wasn't sure if I fully understood. but it made sense on some level. People in relationships really do see things differently. So, Akira, make sure you don't assume you understand Aoi-san's feelings. Especially since you've only just started talking to each other. Communication with her is vital. You're right. And since Aoi-san tends to keep her true feelings to herself, you'll need to be careful. You almost sound like you know her better than I do. Well, I've been in this town while you've been away, haven't I? Fair enough. Eiji finished the last of his coffee and stood up. Let's head home. Yeah. I followed him out of the cafe. Whatever the case, it was a relief to have their support. I vowed once again to improve Aoi-san's living situation before I had to transfer. Section. That evening, having returned home earlier, I found myself with nothing to do and decided to start preparing dinner. I glanced at the clock hanging on the living room wall. It was just past 7 p.m. When will Aoi-san be back, I wonder? It wasn't like she was out alone, and with the days getting longer, it wasn't particularly late yet. Still, the lack of contact made me a bit uneasy. I thought about sending her a message to ask what time she'd be back. But then I stopped myself, thinking it might be rude to interrupt her time with Izumi if they were having fun. Several times, I picked up my phone to type a message, only to set it down again. Is this what it feels like to be a boyfriend worried about his live-in girlfriend coming home late? The thought made me snap back to reality. I wasn't her boyfriend. I didn't have any right to be this protective. Even though we were living together, this sort of concern probably crossed the line into overbearing. Oh no. The hamburgers are burning. The smell of something slightly charred reached my nose. I'd taken my eyes off the pan, and now the kitchen was filled with the faint odor of burnt food. Hastily, I flipped the patties over. At that moment, I heard the sound of the front door opening. I'm home. A familiar voice followed the sound of slippers tapping lightly against the floor. Aoi-san appeared in the living room, slightly flustered. Welcome home. I'm sorry for being late. The moment she saw me, she bowed her head apologetically. Her heavy breathing suggested she had run back. It's fine. After shopping with Izuma-san, we went out for lunch, and then we got so caught up talking that time flew by. I meant to get home earlier, but I'm really sorry. Seriously, don't worry about it. No matter how much I reassured her, Aoi-san kept apologizing. Her behavior almost made her seem afraid. It's just, whenever I came home late, my mom would get really angry. Her words made an unpleasant thought cross my mind. Was that what life was like for her? A home where coming back late or failing to call resulted in anger. That might be normal for some families, but considering Aoi-san's fear, her mother's anger must have been harsh, driven by emotions beyond simple worry. A parent who would abandon their daughter, it wasn't hard to imagine the worst. I'm sorry. Aoi-san. She looked like a child being unfairly scolded, shrinking into herself. Eiji's words from earlier that day echoed in my mind. Don't confuse consideration with avoidance. If you truly want to stay close to someone, you have to talk about the things that matter. Maybe telling her it was fine and brushing it off wasn't enough. I needed to express my thoughts properly and listen to hers in return. Aoi-san, can we talk for a bit? Okay. I turned off the gas stove and guided her to sit on the living room sofa. Sitting beside her, I spoke as gently as I could. Did you have fun hanging out with Izumi? Ha! She looked surprised, as if she hadn't expected that question. After a brief pause, she slowly nodded. Yes. I had fun. Would you mind telling me how it was fun? She hesitated but then began speaking cautiously, watching my reaction. I've never really gone out with anyone before. My mom was strict, so I always stayed home on my days off. That's why spending time with you and Izuma-san, going places, and talking, it was so much fun that I lost track of time. If that's the case, you don't need to feel bad about getting home late. But she still seemed to blame herself, so I carefully framed my response to acknowledge her feelings without dismissing them. I understand feeling like you've inconvenienced someone. But hearing that you enjoyed yourself doesn't make me upset, it makes me happy. Happy? I nodded slowly. From my own experience, fun times fly by in the blink of an eye. Especially when you're with friends, time just slips away. When I was a kid, I'd stay out too long playing with friends, knowing I'd get scolded for coming home late. I wanted her to know this was a common experience, something anyone could relate to. But looking back now, I realize my parents weren't angry, they were just worried. Of course, as a kid, I didn't understand that at all. It was something I'd only come to appreciate after living on my own and reflecting on my family. Everyone's family situation is different, so I can't say how your mom felt. But at least for me, hearing that you had so much fun you forgot the time makes me happy. I was worried because I didn't know when you'd be back, but I wasn't upset. If you still feel bad, how about this? Next time, just send me a quick message. That way, I can wait for you without worrying. Did my words get through? Aoi-san nodded slightly. Okay. I'll make sure to contact you next time. Good. I'll do the same if I'm ever running late. I wasn't entirely confident in how I expressed myself, but Aoi-san's expression seemed a little more at ease. In any case, I'm glad you and Izumi are getting along. Getting along, maybe. I had a lot of fun, but since I'm not great at talking to people, I wonder if Izumi-san found it boring. I doubt that. If you had fun, I'm sure Izumi did too. I hope so. I feel a little envious of you, though, Akira-kun. Having friends like Izumi-san and Eiji-kun. For the first time, it felt like she was sharing a genuine thought. This wasn't something I could brush off or ignore. What are you talking about? You and Izumi are already friends, aren't you? Friends. Me, her friend. After spending a day together, you're already friends. At least, Izumi definitely thinks so. Starting tomorrow, she's probably going to get even more involved with you, so you might want to prepare yourself. I said it with a bit of humor, but honestly, I couldn't see any other future. Still, that kind of future would surely be a good thing for Aoi-san. Friends. If she thinks of me that way, I'd be really happy. Aoi-san murmured shyly, her expression tinged with a bit of embarrassment. It was the brightest smile I'd seen from her so far. All right, let's wrap this up. Clapping my hands as if to clear the air, I declared the end of the conversation. Okay. Dinner's almost ready. Oh, I'll help. As I stood up from the sofa, Aoi-san followed behind me, her footsteps light. I was about to tell her to just relax, but I swallowed the words before they came out. She was probably trying to make sure there wasn't any lingering awkwardness. If that's how she wanted to show her consideration, then the best thing I could do was graciously accept it. Thanks. Could you set the table? Tonight's Hamburg steak, so a slightly larger plate would be good. Got it. No wonder it smells like grilled meat. But, is it just me, or does it smell a little burnt? Ha! Her comment made me freeze. I'd turned off the stove, but I'd left the Hamburg steak sitting in the pan. Even though the stove was off, the residual heat from the pan must have still been cooking it. Panicking, I flipped the Hamburg steak over. It wasn't completely burnt black, but it was definitely overcooked. Damn. Both sides were slightly burnt. A rookie mistake. Hee hee. Wait, did you just laugh? Sorry. I just thought you were the kind of person who could do anything, so seeing you make such a cute mistake was kind of funny. It's rude of me, isn't it? Especially since I can't even cook at all. Watching Aoi-san giggle softly made me chuckle too. I can't do everything. This is just a small mistake. Back when I first started living alone, it was way worse. Every dish I made tasted different, I'd confuse salt and sugar, and my miso soup was so salty it was undrinkable. I had to look up everything online after failing over and over. Really? Yeah. Cooking is one thing, but laundry? I'd forget to use fabric softener. I didn't know how to take out the vacuum bag, so I pulled it too hard and spilled the contents all over the room. I can't even count how many times I got frustrated and just went to bed. At this point, it was all just a funny story. I exaggerated the details to make her laugh, and Aoi-san covered her mouth as she let out a giggle. Anyway, back to the Hamburg steak. Should I make a new side dish instead? This much is fine. Let's eat it. But it probably won't taste that good. That's okay. It'll still be a good memory. A good memory? Mistakes that would make me want to pull my hair out if I were alone could become something to laugh about when shared with someone else. When I thought about it like that, not being alone really was a blessing. No guarantees on the flavor, though. And so, we sat down for dinner with the slightly burnt Hamburg steak as our main dish. As expected, it didn't taste great, but laughing about the mishap while we ate made the meal feel more fulfilling than usual. After finishing dinner, we both took baths and relaxed for a bit. Aoi-san seemed to have genuinely enjoyed her time with Izumi, as she excitedly told me all about it. They had lunch together, stopped by a cafe for something sweet, and ended up lingering for 3 hours over tea and cake, much to the distress of the staff, she added with an embarrassed laugh. I listened as Aoi-san happily recounted the day's events. By the time we realized it, the clock was nearing midnight. See, I told you, time flies when you're having fun. It's a day off tomorrow, but maybe we should get to bed soon. Yeah, you're right. Oh. Aoi-san suddenly let out a small gasp, as if she'd just remembered something. What's up? Well, do you mind if I do some laundry before bed? You can, but it's late. Why not leave it for tomorrow? I know, but... She trailed off, fidgeting awkwardly. Even that shy behavior was too cute for its own good. Well, if you really want to, go ahead. We can sleep after that. I'll handle it myself, so you can go to bed first. All right. I'll do that, then. Good night. Good night. I left the living room and headed to my room, lying down on my bed. As I closed my eyes, a wave of warmth filled my chest. It had been a few days since we started living together, but this was the first time I'd seen Aoi-san so talkative. It was likely thanks to Izumi, who's practically the embodiment of social skills, but the fact that Aoi-san, who'd always kept some distance from others, said she had fun spending time with a friend made me genuinely happy. I couldn't help but feel glad. When Izumi and Eiji first saw us, I felt like the world was ending. But looking back, I was grateful it was those two who found out. I guess you could call it a blessing in disguise. 30 minutes later, as I was still lying awake from the high spirits of the day, the washing machine beeped to signal it was done. Wonder what Aoi-san is doing. Even after some time, there was no sign of her taking out the laundry. Curious, I got out of bed and returned to the living room, where I found Aoi-san fast asleep on the sofa, breathing softly. She must have been too tired from all the fun. Smiling at the sight, I decided to transfer the laundry to the dryer for her. Heading to the bathroom, I opened the lid of the washing machine to find the clothes we'd bought earlier that day. Ah, I see. Aoi-san must be the type to wash new clothes before wearing them. That sort of thing depends on the person, or maybe the household. As I moved the clothes into the laundry basket, something unexpected caught my eye. Wait, what's this? Amid the clothes, there was a laundry net containing women's underwear. Without thinking, I took it out of the net and held it in my hand. That's when I realized. This explains everything. When I asked if she needed anything else, she said, "I'll get it another time." She declined my offer to shop with her but readily agreed when Izumi offered. And when I said I'd stay up to help with laundry, she insisted I go to bed instead. The colorful pinks and yellows of the clearly new items left no doubt about what they were. Let's just pretend I didn't see this and go back to my room. There's no way I could let Aoi-san catch me in this situation. If she did, she'd definitely think I was some creep who rummaged through her underwear at night. Better safe than sorry. Unfortunately, my thoughts came too late. Akira-kun. The moment I sensed her presence and heard my name, I turned around. There stood Aoi-san, her face bright red. She was trembling, her expression a mix of embarrassment and disbelief. "No, you've got it all wrong. I didn't pick it up with any inappropriate intentions. I just saw you asleep and thought I'd hang it up for you. I mean, it makes sense, right? You didn't bring much luggage when you moved in, so you probably didn't have many changes of underwear either. Of course, you'd need to buy some. And, you've got good taste." Wait, why am I commenting on her taste? In moments of panic, you always end up saying things you should absolutely keep to yourself. Because of my unnecessary remarks, Aoi-san's face turned red all the way to her ears as she hid her face with her hands. Well then. I'll leave the rest to you. At this point, nothing I say will make the situation any better. With a wry smile, I retreated to my room and buried myself under the covers. Embarrassment, a strange sense of exhilaration, and guilt swirled in my mind, making it impossible to fall asleep. Incidentally, this little incident led to a few new rules between Aoi-san and me. 1. We'd separate our laundry baskets and wash our own clothes. 2. If either of us were going to be late coming home, we'd send a quick message to let the other know. 3. At Aoi-san's suggestion, since she couldn't cook, cleaning would become her responsibility. We also decided to talk openly about anything related to our shared living situation from now on. At the very least, I can say this incident wasn't entirely meaningless. Let's just pretend it had some meaning. Honestly, though, it was quite a sight. Living together is harder than I expected. Chapter 3: A Strategy Meeting with Trusted Allies. At the start of the week, Aoi-san's arrival at school sent a shockwave through the class. Out of nowhere, a graceful beauty with sleek black hair appeared, and the reaction was understandable. The classroom felt as if a new transfer student had arrived. But when Izumi called out Aoi-san's name and hugged her energetically, everyone realized who she was. The last time the class had been this stirred up was when Izumi shouted, "I love you," to Eiji on the first day of school. But setting that aside, of course everyone was surprised. No one could have imagined that the black-haired beauty was the same Aoi-san who had been a blonde gyaru. Seeing Aoi-san now, her classmates had a variety of reactions. Some, like Izumi, approached her and struck up conversations. Others watched from a distance, murmuring to one another with a mix of surprise and awkwardness. Some showed little to no interest at all. Because Izumi, who was well-liked in the class, had openly approached Aoi-san, a few classmates reacted positively. However, most continued to look at her with cold eyes. It was clear that simply changing her hair color wouldn't instantly change everyone's perceptions. I had known this, of course, but would just have to improve things little by little. A few days later, after school, "What do you guys want to drink?" I asked. "I'll have coffee," Eiji replied. "I want tea made in a teapot," Izumi said cheerfully. "We don't have a teapot at my place." "Then any tea will do." I had invited Eiji and Izumi over to my house. "Got it. Just give me a second." "Akira-kun, I'll help." "Thanks." I chose some glasses and poured drinks for the four of us, with Aoi-san helping me carry them to the living room. We all sat around the table. "So, what did you want to talk about?" Izumi asked, holding her glass with both hands. "I wanted to discuss Aoi-san's future with you too." Of course, I had Aoi-san's consent. When I mentioned at the mall that I wanted to help improve her situation, it had been unexpected for her. Before bringing it up with Izumi and Eiji, I had a proper conversation with Aoi-san. I assured her I wouldn't do anything unnecessary if she didn't want me to. But if she was okay with it, I wanted to consult them about how best to proceed. After hearing this, Aoi-san nodded her approval. As Eiji had once said, I couldn't truly understand Aoi-san's feelings. I didn't have a way to peek into her heart, nor was I eloquent enough to coax out her honest thoughts without hurting her. Still, after talking it over with her in my own way, I felt this was the best path forward if she was willing to accept it. As I've said before, I want to improve Aoi-san's situation. I've been thinking about what we can do to make that happen, and I wanted to hear your thoughts. Got it. Let's hear what you've come up with, Eiji said, encouraging me to continue. I think there are two main issues. First, both the students and teachers have a bad impression of Aoi-san. Considering her past school life, that's understandable, but I want them to know that she's just a normal girl, neither delinquent nor frivolous. If we could clear up these misunderstandings, I was sure Aoi-san could get closer to her classmates. Of course, there would still be people who wouldn't accept her, but it wasn't realistic to expect universal approval. If even one person could better understand her, that would be enough. That makes sense. If Aoi-san is to enjoy a normal school life, it's a necessary step, Eiji agreed. But the question is, how do we clear up those misunderstandings? I said. Yeah, that's the tricky part, Izumi said, frowning. I have an idea, and I'd like your help, Izumi. Me? What is it? You're the class rep and well-respected. If you, as someone everyone trusts, openly build a relationship with Aoi-san, It might change how others perceive her. You've already been trying to get close to her, but going forward, I'd like you to consciously act as a bridge between her and the rest of the class. But what? It comes with risks. Some might view the class rep befriending someone with a bad reputation as inappropriate. It's possible it could affect how others see you. I was sure Izumi wouldn't care about such things, given how she'd acted so far. Still, I felt it was important to explain everything before asking for her help. What? That's fine by me, obviously. Izumi answered immediately, as if offended I'd even mention it. I don't care what people say. I'll do what I want. I've been talking to Aoi-san because I wanted to be her friend. People who judge others as delinquents just because of how they look can go take a hike. Besides, Izumi turned to Aoi-san with a bright smile. We're already friends, right, Aoi-san? Faced with the word friend spoken so directly, Aoi-san blushed and brushed her hair back shyly. Yes. Friends. Thank you. Hee. But she returned Izumi's smile wholeheartedly. Aoi-san. I'm glad. With Izumi, you'll be okay. Still, I think it'll be difficult to clear up all the misunderstandings about Aoi-san just by doing this. Especially with the teachers, it won't work the same way as with the students. I'm hoping to come up with other ideas. Everyone fell into thought. Then it has to be academics, Eiji said after a while, nodding to himself. As you said, we can gradually improve the classmates' perception of Aoi-san with our help. But for the teachers, the clearest way to change their impression is to improve her grades. That made sense. It really might be the best solution. For teachers, test scores aren't everything, but they are an important metric for evaluating students. No matter how well-behaved a student is, if their grades are poor, they won't be seen as an exemplary student. Conversely, being well-behaved but having poor grades can also mark a student as a potential issue. For Aoi-san, both behavior and academics need improvement. By the way, Aoi-san, how did you do on the midterms? When I asked, Aoi-san hesitated and looked uncomfortable. From her reaction, I had a pretty good idea, but, except for one subject, I failed everything. The makeup classes were so tough. Except for one subject. My voice overlapped with Eiji's and Izumi's as our collective shock filled the living room. Aoi-san, now looking completely mortified, covered her face with her hands. I see. Like when she misunderstood being called my girlfriend at the salon or during the infamous laundry incident, it seems Aoi-san has a habit of hiding her face when she's truly embarrassed. Well, it's understandable. You had to miss school to work part-time and help with household expenses. Honestly, the fact that you managed to pass even one subject is impressive. Thanks. Don't worry. You can make up for it starting now. I tried my best to console her, but it felt like everything I said only made it worse. I couldn't help but recall the laundry incident when my attempts at damage control only dug me deeper. Aoi-san looked like she wanted to crawl into a hole. Past me, what were you even thinking? It's okay. I'm good at studying, so I'll help you. Izumi declared confidently, shattering the awkward atmosphere. Nice save, Izumi. Although she seems like the type who's all energy and no substance, Izumi is actually quite smart. She consistently ranked at the top of our middle school class, and her role as class rep isn't just for show. Instead of just the two of them, how about we all study together? Akira's place is perfect for group study sessions. We could even make it fun, like a study camp, Eiji suggested. That sounds awesome. A study sleepover would be so much fun. Izumi chimed in, clearly excited. If you don't mind using my place, I'm happy to host. Oh, and Izumi clapped her hands as if struck by a sudden idea. If we want to improve how the teachers see her, how about volunteering? Volunteering? That was unexpected. Yeah. I've been participating in the school's volunteer program, but it's been hard to get people involved. I think joining would leave a good impression on the teachers. Now that she mentioned it, I vaguely remembered our teacher mentioning something about it during homeroom at the start of the semester. I hadn't paid much attention, but Izumi had been involved all along. She really does go above and beyond. What kind of volunteer work is it? There's a variety: community cleanups, visiting elderly care facilities, playing with kids or tutoring at children's homes. It's every Sunday, but participation is optional, so you can just join when you're free. Volunteering was definitely a great idea. It's the kind of thing that screams model student, and having Aoi-san participate would certainly surprise the teachers. Plus, it would provide meaningful interactions outside of class. Of course, it's only if Aoi-san's interested. No pressure. It's not a problem. I've already stopped scheduling part-time work on weekends, so I should be free. Besides, it sounds fun if we're all doing it together. Great. Then let's go together next time, Izumi exclaimed, grabbing Aoi-san's hand and shaking it enthusiastically. She was probably just excited to have more company. Okay, so the plan is to have Izumi help clear up misunderstandings with the classmates, while we also focus on test prep and volunteering to improve the teacher's impression. Does that sound good? Yeah, let's go with that. Honestly, when I'd been thinking about this alone, it felt overwhelming. But with the four of us working together, it suddenly felt doable. Having trusted friends really is invaluable. So, what's the other issue? Eiji asked, bringing us back to reality. Right. There was another problem, a bigger one. The other issue is where Aoi-san will live. Specifically, where she'll stay after I transfer schools. She can stay at my place until next March. But by then, we'll need to find her a safe and stable place to live. To be honest, I think this is the more serious issue. Yeah. Even if you have the money, it's nearly impossible for minors like us to rent a place. And some internet cafes have age restrictions, so that's not a reliable option either. Even if she makes friends, it's unlikely anyone will conveniently have a living arrangement like mine. And staying with you or Izumi wouldn't work either. It'd be hard to relax with parents around. She really needs a place where she can feel safe. True. Like Izumi, we all frowned as the difficulty of the situation sank in. This drove home just how much harder life can be without parents when you're a student. What seemed like a normal living environment for me and Eiji was far from ordinary for Aoi-san. The fear and uncertainty she must feel is something we can't even begin to imagine. The fact that she can still smile in spite of it all feels nothing short of miraculous. The best solution would be for Aoi-san to live with her family, Eiji said. That's the problem, she doesn't have family, I replied reflexively, but Eiji raised a hand to stop me. Family doesn't just mean parents, right? Aoi-san, do you have any relatives or grandparents? Right. I hadn't even considered that. But when I looked to Aoi-san, her expression darkened. I think I have relatives, but we haven't been in contact for years. I met my grandmother on my mother's side when I was little, but I don't know where she lives. Do you have any idea where they might be? Aoi-san shook her head slightly. All I know is that it's not in this city. I see. My faint hope vanished in an instant. There are countless challenges Aoi-san is likely to face going forward. Even without parents, having family would provide some solutions, whether as guardians or through other means. But, no, wait. Even just knowing you have a grandmother is a good start. You might not remember where she lives right now, but something could trigger your memory someday. It's worth trying to look for her. I said this as much to reassure myself as to encourage Aoi-san. That's right. It's far better than having no leads at all. Alright, let's focus on clearing up the misunderstandings about Aoi-san first. Got it. Sounds good. Thank you, everyone, Aoi-san said with a smile. Her expression had become noticeably calmer compared to when she first arrived at my house. Section. The very next day, Izumi took the lead in starting activities to clear up the misunderstandings about Aoi-san. Not that these activities were anything grand or elaborate. For example, Izumi would invite Aoi-san to join her and her friends for lunch, take her along when hanging out after school, or team up with her during group assignments. The goal was simply to increase her interactions with classmates. At first, the other students were clearly unsure how to react. But thanks to Izumi's overwhelming communication skills, the classmates gradually lowered their guard, and Aoi-san began to participate in conversations little by little. Eiji and I, being guys, kept a neutral attitude, avoiding anything that might seem overly contrived or conspicuous. It was a slow, understated effort, but surprisingly effective. Much of the credit went to Izumi's efforts, but Aoi-san's determination played a big role too. Watching someone as naturally shy as Aoi-san make an effort to actively engage with others was genuinely moving. Some students still treated her coldly, but that wasn't a big deal. After all, the goal wasn't to win everyone over, just to help Aoi-san find a few more friends. If there was one issue, it was this. Rumors about the mysterious black-haired beauty had spread, and guys from other classes kept showing up during breaks to catch a glimpse of Aoi-san. I wasn't exactly jealous, but it was extremely annoying. I wanted to chase them all away, but Izumi had taken it upon herself to handle them, sparing me the trouble. Honestly, if I got involved, it would probably just make things worse, so I was grateful for her help. Eiji, of course, found my frustration highly amusing. Section. And so, the week passed, and Sunday rolled around. "This is the facility we'll be visiting today," Izumi said as she led Aoi-san and me to a children's home in the city. After deciding to participate in the school-sponsored volunteer program, Izumi had immediately informed the teacher the next day, and here we were. I was impressed by her decisiveness. She'd managed to schedule everything over the weekend. Along with us were the supervising teacher and about 10 other students, more than I'd expected. Eiji wasn't with us, as he had prior commitments. Like I mentioned on the way here, this facility is home to kids from kindergarten through middle school who, for various reasons, can't live with their parents. We visit regularly to tutor them, play with them, or deliver donated Christmas gifts. Izumi explained that there were quite a few similar facilities across the prefecture. The sheer number of kids unable to live with their parents was shocking. It was a reminder of the realities we often overlook. After all, Aoi-san was in a similar situation. That thought lingered in my mind. Was it really a good idea to bring her here? When Izumi first mentioned the visit, I'd wondered if it might be too much for her. But to my surprise, Aoi-san herself had chosen this particular facility from the options available. "So, what are we doing today? Tutoring or playing?" "Today, it's all about playing. Sometimes the staff organize activities, but today we're just letting the kids decide what they want to do." As we talked, the teacher called us over and guided us to a large recreation room. As soon as we entered, the kids came running toward Izumi and the other students. "Hey, everyone. Long time no see." Izumi greeted them, diving into their midst with high energy. "All right, let's all play together." And so, the activities began. I joined Izumi in a game of tag with the elementary school kids, while some of the other boys played soccer with the middle schoolers. Aoi-san, meanwhile, was with some of the girls, playing with the kindergartners. About 30 minutes later, "Izumi, I need a break," I panted, completely drained from the relentless game of tag. "Sure, I'll keep going for a bit longer," Izumi replied with her usual cheer. "All right, just don't overdo it." With that, I stepped away from the group. I'd underestimated the stamina of elementary school kids. Their boundless energy left me utterly defeated. By the end, I was the one being relentlessly chased, a sad state of affairs. Out of breath, I looked around for a place to rest and spotted Aoi-san playing house with the kindergartners. She noticed me and waved with a small smile. "Done with tag?" she asked. "Yeah. I thought I'd spend some time with the younger kids instead." No way was I admitting I'd been outlasted by elementary schoolers. "All right. Want to join us?" "Sure, if it's okay." I sat down between Aoi-san and the little girls. Immediately, all the kids turned their wide, curious eyes on me. Their stares were oddly intense. Hey, Chem, what's up?" One of the girls tugged on my sleeve and looked up at me. "Are you this big sister's boyfriend?" "A B-boyfriend. What on earth is this kid suddenly asking?" Her innocent, unblinking eyes stared up at me, as if demanding an answer. Could it be that all these kids were eagerly awaiting my reply? Kids these days, they're way too precocious. As I fumbled for a response. "He's not my boyfriend," Aoi-san interjected, saving me from the question. I let out a sigh of relief. But my relief was short-lived. "Then is he your husband?" The next question came without hesitation, escalating things further. If he's not a boyfriend, then he must be a husband. The leap in logic was terrifying. And no, not a husband either. Oh. If he were your boyfriend or husband, he could have been the dad in our game, the child pouted, disappointment spreading among the group. Honestly, I felt a twinge of disappointment myself when Aoi-san denied it so quickly. Well, it's true we're not dating, so it can't be helped. He's neither my boyfriend nor my husband, Aoi-san continued gently, but he is someone very important to me. So, if that's okay, could we still play as the dad and mom? Really? The kid's eyes lit up with excitement. Of course. Right, Akira-kun? Oh. Yeah, definitely. Yay. Their innocent, joyful smiles were contagious. As I played the role of the dad, I couldn't stop thinking about Aoi-san's words, someone very important to me. I wasn't her boyfriend, her husband, or even her family. Yet, she had called me important. Somehow, that made titles like boyfriend or husband feel trivial. What had started as a simple cohabitation had slowly turned into something more meaningful. After playing with the kindergartners for a while, I noticed a young girl, probably in the early years of elementary school, sitting alone in the corner of the recreation room, quietly drawing. She's been by herself the whole time, Aoi-san murmured, her gaze following mine. Some of the other students tried talking to her, but she wouldn't respond. I see. Was she painfully shy? Or maybe she simply preferred being alone. Either way, the sight of her sitting there looked lonely to me. I'm going to try talking to her, Aoi-san said. I'll come too. But Aoi-san shook her head gently. I'll go alone. If two high schoolers approach her, it might overwhelm her. You're right. That makes sense. Sorry. I watched as Aoi-san walked over to the girl. As I continued playing house with the other kids, I kept an eye on Aoi-san. She tried to talk to the girl, but the child wouldn't respond or even meet her gaze. Excuse me, I said, stopping one of the female staff members who happened to pass by. Yes. Is something wrong? That girl over there, does she always keep to herself? The staff member's expression darkened. Yes. She's been here for about 3 months now, but she's always like that. No matter who talks to her, she won't respond. We're not sure how to reach her. 3 months. That's plenty of time to adjust to a new environment. But for a child, it's far too short to cope with the loneliness of being separated from their parents. When I was in elementary school, I found it tough to adjust every time I transferred to a new school. The children who come here all have their own circumstances, so we try to tailor our approach to each one. But this girl is difficult to reach. I see. Her words made me reflect on the meaning of volunteering. Playing with kids is important, but finding a way to connect with a child like her would be even more valuable. Unfortunately, without the right knowledge or tools, it felt out of reach for someone like me. Knowing what needs to be done but being unable to do it, it's a frustrating feeling. I returned to the group of kids, trying to push the thought aside. Hours passed, and our visit was nearing its end. As the teacher and other students prepared to leave, I scanned the room for Aoi-san. She was still sitting next to the little girl, who was busy drawing. Aoi-san hadn't moved from her spot, simply sitting there, watching over the child. Aoi-san, it's time to go, I said, walking up to her. Okay, she replied, standing up. That's when it happened. Ha! The little girl clutched the sleeve of Aoi-san's shirt. Both Aoi-san and I were startled, falling silent as we looked at her. Don't go, she murmured, her gaze lowered. Her voice was so soft that it felt like it might be swallowed by the surrounding noise. Aoi-san and I exchanged a glance, neither of us knowing what to say. Then, Aoi-san gently took the girl's hand and spoke softly. I'm sorry, but we have to leave for today. But I promise I'll come back to play with you again. Really? Really? Will you draw with me next time? Okay. Thank you. Then it's a promise. Smiling, Aoi-san extended her pinky. The little girl hesitated for a moment before entwining her own, sealing the promise with a pinky swear. We left the facility, waved off by the staff and children. Section. Thus concluded Aoi-san's first experience with volunteering. The group had been dismissed on site, so Aoi-san and I said goodbye to Izumi and started walking home. As the sunset painted the city streets in shades of amber, my thoughts lingered on the little girl. She probably wanted to spend more time with you, Aoi-san. Yeah, I think so too. Aoi-san's response was firm, almost like a declaration. The staff told me about her. She's been at the facility for 3 months, but she's never spoken to anyone before. Honestly, I was surprised when I saw her reach out to you. What did you two talk about? We didn't talk at all. Ha! I just sat beside her. That's all. She only sat beside her. That alone was enough to make the girl open up, even a little. It seemed unbelievable that a girl who hadn't responded to anyone, not even the staff, would show vulnerability to Aoi-san after just half a day. As I struggled to process this, Aoi-san continued. That little girl reminded me of myself when I was younger. She reminded you of yourself? Aoi-san's gaze seemed to look inward, as if she was staring at a memory. When I was in kindergarten, I was a very shy child. I didn't have any friends. My parents didn't get along, so I think I carried a lot of that anxiety with me, even at that age. Like her, I wouldn't respond when people talked to me. I'd sit by myself in the corner of the classroom. From what she described, Aoi-san really had been just like that girl. But honestly, I was really lonely. I wanted someone to be there for me. I wanted friends, like everyone else seemed to have. But I couldn't say that out loud. Then, one day, her gaze turned toward the distant, glowing horizon. A boy noticed me. Her expression softened, as if reliving a precious memory. While everyone else ignored me, he stayed by my side. He didn't talk to me or play with me, he just did his own thing next to me. But I think he didn't want me to feel alone. Hearing her story stirred an old memory of my own. Aoi-san's experience sounded just like someone I used to know, a girl who always sat alone in the corner of the classroom. No matter how much I tried to talk to her, she rarely responded. Just when she had started to open up, my dad's job transfer forced me to move, and we lost touch. The regret of leaving her behind, still lonely and sad, had haunted me ever since. Age's words from the mall suddenly resurfaced in my mind. Akira, you're the kind of guy who'll reach out when it really matters. No, that's not it. It wasn't anything noble like that. If Eiji was referring to that time, it was just me trying to get closer to someone I liked. In the end, I hadn't been able to do anything meaningful for her. From the outside, it probably looked strange. But for me, just having him there was enough to make me happy. So, I wanted to do the same for her. Aoi-san's actions made sense now. Because she had felt the same loneliness, she knew exactly what that girl needed. And because she'd experienced it herself, her feelings reached the girl in a way no one else's could. If it had been anyone else, I doubt they would have made such a connection. Both you and that boy were so kind, I said honestly. Aoi-san didn't have the luxury of worrying about others, given her own situation. That's why I'd been hesitant about her visiting the children's home. Meeting kids in similar circumstances could have been emotionally risky for her. But despite all that, she'd cared deeply for the girl. If we're kind, then so are you, Akira-kun, Aoi-san said. Me? No, I'm not kind at all. That's not true. Her eyes glistened slightly in the light of the setting sun. You did the same for me. That rainy day, you spoke to me, took me in without asking questions, and even now, you're still with me. What you've done for me is far kinder than anything I've done. Her words struck a chord deep within me. To be honest, I'd always second-guessed my choices. Was taking her in the right decision? Could I have done things differently? Would someone else have been better for her? While those doubts didn't disappear entirely, her words eased my mind. Let's go see her again, I said softly. Yeah. I promised her. We continued walking home. For some reason, the sunset seemed more vibrant than usual. Chapter 4: A 2-night, 3-day study camp. I'm heading out to get groceries. Take care of the house, okay? Sure. I'll clean up and tidy the rooms while you're out. It was Friday, the week after our visit to the children's home. After returning from school, I left the house for the nearby supermarket, waved off by Aoi-san. Usually, I'd go grocery shopping on Mondays and Thursdays. So why was I going out now? because Eiji and Izumi were staying over for 2 nights starting today. While the current stock of groceries could cover 2 people, it definitely wouldn't stretch to feed 4 until Monday. I left the cleaning and tidying to Aoi-san and headed out for an impromptu shopping trip. "Take care and come back safely," she called out. "Yeah, I'll text you when I'm done at the store." "Okay. Have a good trip." "Thanks. See you later." As I stepped out the door, Aoi-san stood in the entryway, waving me off. I glanced back a few times, and each time, she was still there, waving until I rounded the corner. Naturally, I waved back every time. "This feels oddly like a newlywed lifestyle," I muttered. It reminded me of a sweet, domestic scene, an affectionate wife sending off her husband to work. No, what am I even thinking? I shook my head, trying to refocus. Still, having someone to say I'm off to really is nice. I walked toward the supermarket, lost in thought. When I first started living alone, I enjoyed the freedom and novelty of being independent. But that excitement was fleeting, and loneliness eventually crept in. I wouldn't say it was unbearable, but there were moments when the silence of living alone got to me. That changed when Aoi-san moved in. Suddenly, life felt less solitary. Whether it was watching TV after dinner, talking about plans before bed, or simply being in the same room while doing separate things, her presence filled the space in a way I hadn't realized I needed. Having someone beside you makes life feel surprisingly complete. Honestly, maybe I'm the one benefiting more from living together. I chuckled to myself at the thought. Anyway, back to why Eiji and Izumi were staying over. This decision had been made earlier that day, during lunch. Section. "We're holding a 2-night, 3-day study camp starting today," Izumi declared triumphantly, having summoned us to the rooftop during lunch break. I had completely forgotten that finals were looming at the end of June, now just 10 days away. It's already that time, isn't it? I've been so busy helping Aoi-san clear up misunderstandings that I lost track. I know, right? I've been so happy seeing Aoi-san get along with everyone that I've probably gone overboard myself. But we really need to buckle down and study before it's too late. Considering how close Aoi-san had come to failing last time, it was high time to get serious. Juggling multiple priorities is harder than it sounds. "So, is it okay if we all meet at your place after school, Akira-kun?" "Yeah, that's fine with me." "Perfect. I'll head home first to pack for the sleepover, so I should get there around 7. "I'll aim for the same," Eiji added. "Thank you, everyone," Aoi-san said, bowing deeply in gratitude. And just like that, the study camp at my house was decided. Section. At the supermarket, I grabbed a basket and headed inside. Shopping for 4 people over 2 nights meant buying quite a lot of food. Considering that Izumi and Eiji were going out of their way to help Aoi-san with her studies, serving instant noodles or convenience store meals just wouldn't cut it. I reminisced about my early days of living alone, when instant noodles were perfectly acceptable. All right, let's see. I started brainstorming dinner ideas as I wandered through the store. It occurred to me that, despite living together for nearly a month, I still didn't know what Aoi-san's favorite foods were. She always ate whatever I cooked with such enthusiasm that I'd never thought to ask. Guess I still have a lot to learn about her. As I made a mental note to ask her about her preferences next time, a loud voice called out from behind me. "Hey, Akira-kun." Whoa. I jumped at the sudden shout, my shoulder twitching involuntarily as I turned around to see Izumi, dressed casually and holding her own shopping basket. "Izumi, you scared me." Sorry. I didn't mean to. You're always so full of energy, aren't you?" "Well, compliments won't get you anything, you know," she said with a playful grin, flashing a peace sign. "Half of that wasn't even a compliment. Are you grocery shopping too?" "Yap." I couldn't show up empty-handed. "Wait, you're planning to bring that stuff to my place?" "Of course. I thought I'd cook for everyone. You don't have to go out of your way. I was planning to take care of dinner. Then let's cook together. It'll be faster and more fun that way." Izumi's enthusiasm was almost tangible, like a puppy wagging its tail at the prospect of a walk. "Well, if you insist. Don't worry about it. I want to do this." And so, the two of us started wandering through the store together, chatting as we went. After checking out at the register, Izumi and I headed home, each carrying bags of groceries. "Hey, Akira-kun," Izumi said, breaking the silence. "Yeah. How far have you gotten with Aoi-san?" Her sudden question left me stunned. Izumi, however, looked entirely serious, not teasing, but genuinely curious, as if she felt obligated to know. "What do you mean by how far? Aoi-san and I don't have that kind of relationship." "Wait, really?" Izumi frowned, clearly dissatisfied with my answer. "So, you haven't even kissed her?" "Of course not. Why would we do that when we're not even dating?" "No way. Are you telling me that a young man and woman living under the same roof haven't done anything?" "Please, stop. It hurts enough knowing I haven't made a move even though I might have wanted to. No need to rub it in. Don't tell me." "Oh no, is it that? I mean, you and Eiji-kun do seem awfully close." "Sorry, but even if it's you, Akira-kun, I can't share him. Eiji's mine. There's absolutely nothing R-rated going on here." I didn't even want to know what scenario she had conjured in her head, but it was impossible not to imagine it once she said it. Damn it. "But you're not completely free of ulterior motives, are you? You know, a man who doesn't take advantage of an opportunity is no man at all. Maybe you're hoping Aoi-san will just get it and fall into your arms. What kind of sleazy guy do you think I am? Not that I haven't secretly hoped for a manga-esque development, but still." "Okay, that part was a joke," Izumi said, her grin softening. "But I have been curious, why did you decide to help Aoi-san? Does there need to be a reason? People help others for all sorts of reasons." "Then what was your reason?" Izumi's persistence was relentless, as usual. She had a knack for seeing through lies, which made dodging her questions futile. Every time I tried, she'd call me out until I confessed the truth. Might as well just tell her. She reminded me of my first love. "Your first love?" "There was this girl back in kindergarten who always seemed so lonely. When I saw Aoi-san sitting by herself in the park, it brought back memories of her for the first time in years. I couldn't just leave her there." "Wow. Akira-kun, you actually had a pure side back then. Stop saying that like I don't now." Sorry. "So, what happened with your first love?" "I had to move away when I started elementary school because of my dad's job. That was it. I never got to make her smile like I wanted to, not even once. I guess, deep down, I regretted that." "I see." Even with my vague recollections, the regret was still vivid. "What about her name? If you remember, you might be able to find her. I mean, this happened when you were living here, right? She might still be somewhere in this city." "Her name?" I sifted through my fragmented memories. The family name might have been Shinoda, but honestly, it could be a mix-up with someone else. I don't remember. I was so young, and it's been so long. Not wanting to dwell on uncertain details, I brushed it off. Well, that makes finding her impossible. Still, I hoped she was doing well. I didn't harbor lingering feelings, but the idea of reconnecting, even by chance, was tempting. Even if I knew life wasn't some romantic drama, it was hard not to imagine. They say a man's first love ruins him, while a woman's first love helps her grow. Maybe there's some truth to that. But, so there's nothing going on with Aoi-san, then? Do you have to sound so disappointed? I mean, yeah, I'm a little disappointed too. I don't think Aoi-san would be totally against it, you know. Even if that's true, her current situation makes any moves on my part feel wrong. It'd be like taking advantage of her vulnerability, and I don't want that. Wow, Akira-kun, I didn't realize you were such a gentleman. Was the didn't realize part necessary? Izumi chuckled, clearly amused by my response. Just make sure you make her smile this time, okay? Not as a replacement for that girl, but I don't want you to have the same regrets. Izumi, you. Oh, there's Eiji-kun. Izumi cut me off, waving toward someone ahead. Sure enough, we'd arrived near my house, where Eiji was waiting at the intersection, waving back. You two came together? Yeah, we ran into each other at the supermarket. Here, let me carry your bags, Eiji said, taking Izumi's groceries. Thanks. I love you, she replied cheerfully. I love you too, Eiji said without hesitation. Maybe it was because we'd been talking about romance, but for once, I found their exchanges a bit envy-inducing. Watching them, I couldn't help but imagine. Aoi-san, Akira-kun, I love you. Me, I love you too. And nope, nope, nope. Just imagining it makes me squirm. Do they really say things like that in real life? Even if I ever got a girlfriend, I doubt I could say something so embarrassing to her face. Oh, and the imagined scenario starring Aoi-san? Let's keep that to ourselves. Akira, your face is red. Are you okay? Eiji asked. Shut up. Mind your own business, you stupid lovebirds. By the way, you've walked past your house. I realized my outburst was childish as I turned around to see that we had indeed walked past the house. Feeling embarrassed, I retraced my steps with Eiji and Izumi in tow. When we entered, Aoi-san greeted us at the door. Welcome home. We're back. I bumped into these two on the way. Thanks for having us. The moment Izumi stepped inside, she practically tackled Aoi-san in a hug before dragging her off to the living room in a playful manner. Those two seem to have gotten pretty close, I remarked. They have. Their personalities are different, but they seem to get along well. That's good to hear. Honestly, I didn't expect them to bond so well. Despite being opposites in many ways, there was clearly something that drew them to each other. Looking at the two of them, they remind me of the sun and the moon. The sun and the moon? If Izumi is the sun, always so bright and cheerful, then Aoi-san is the moon, calm and quiet. It's like the moon is shining thanks to the sun's light. Izumi's energy has really brought out a brighter side of Aoi-san. Maybe, but I don't think Izumi is Aoi-san's sun. Why not? Instead of answering, Eiji simply walked into the living room. As cryptic as ever. I figured pressing him further would be pointless. Following everyone into the living room, I carried the groceries into the kitchen. Alright, let's get dinner started. We can focus on studying after we've eaten and taken a bath. Sounds good. Let's all cook together. Izumi enthusiastically pulled out her own apron from her bag and began preparing. Beside her, Aoi-san looked a bit uneasy. Izumi-san, I haven't really cooked much before. Really? No worries, we'll cook together. That's fine, but our kitchen isn't big enough for 4 people to cook at once. Don't worry, we'll handle dishes that don't require the stove and work at the table. You can take care of the main stuff, like grilling and boiling. Got it. Eiji, you'll help me. Understood. With that, we split into 2 groups and started cooking. I'm so full. You seriously overate. After dinner, Izumi sank into the sofa, clutching her stomach with a pained expression. I just couldn't help myself. Eating together with everyone was so much fun. That might explain her overeating, but 3 hamburgers and seconds on rice were overkill. I wasn't used to cooking for 4 people and ended up making way too much food, thinking I'd freeze the leftovers if needed. Izumi, ever the optimist, had assured me, we can finish it all with 4 people. The result? A table overloaded with hamburgers, which Izumi overconfidently tried to finish, and now here we were. Are you okay, Izumi? I'll be fine after a little rest, she replied to Eiji's concerned question with a sheepish smile. She looked like an overfed hamster immobilized by its meal. We also bought sakuramochi for a snack, but I guess we'll save that for tomorrow. Note, sakuramochi is a type of wagashi, Japanese confectionery, made of light pink-colored glutinous rice with sweet red bean paste filling. Sakuramochi? I want some. The word sakuramochi seemed to jolt Izumi to life. She shot upright, her eyes sparkling as if her earlier discomfort had been a lie. You're kidding, right? Midnight snacks are a must for group study sessions, right, Aoi-san? Maybe. Don't drag Aoi-san into this nonsense. She's too earnest and will believe anything you say. Are you seriously still hungry, Izumi? Totally. We should have bought more snacks earlier. The way she genuinely sounded regretful left no doubt that she wasn't joking. This girl might be the embodiment of gluttony. Let's go to the convenience store and stock up, Izumi exclaimed, turning to Aoi-san. Sure, let's go. Really? Yay. Izumi sprang to her feet, her previous discomfort seemingly forgotten. Hold it. What? I glanced at the clock. It was already past 9 p.m. It was late, and I didn't feel comfortable letting two girls wander around outside at this hour. I'll go with Eiji. You two can relax and take a bath while we're out. Really? Wow, you're so sweet, Akira-kun, right, Aoi-san? Yeah. Akira-kun is always kind. Really? How so? Tell me all about it. Could you not talk about this right in front of me? It's embarrassing. Well, he always listens to what I want. When I lived with my mom, no one ever cared about my feelings. Her unexpected revelation left all of us speechless. I doubted Aoi-san meant to share so much, but the weight of her words hung heavily in the air. What kind of life must she have led, unable to express her feelings, suppressing everything inside? It wasn't hard to imagine, and the thought was painful. You can speak your mind more, and it's okay to rely on people, especially Akira-kun. What's with the especially part? Izumi grabbed Aoi-san's shoulders and spun her around to face me. All right, Aoi-san. Tell Akira-kun what snacks you want. Caught off guard, Aoi-san hesitated, glancing at me nervously. Pudding. I want pudding. Got it. Guess I'm about to buy out the store's pudding section. Okay. Then I'll keep asking questions while we bathe together. Be bathed together? Aoi-san asked hesitantly. Yep. A girls' night means bathing together, of course. Izumi declared as though it were the most natural thing in the world. Seriously, Izumi, stop putting weird ideas into Aoi-san's head. She's so pure she'll believe you, and now I have to sit here envious of the thought of them bathing together. Not that I'd ever admit it, but come on, when did this gathering turn into a girls' night, anyway? While grumbling internally, I think it's fair to say that any normal high school guy would entertain a fleeting, harmless thought or two about such a scenario. The idea of two beautiful girls using my home's bath? Yeah, it's a little thrilling. Then again, do girls really bathe together like that? Imagining it the other way, guys bathing together, made my excitement plummet instantly. Why did I even go there? Well, we'll take a bath and wait for you, Izumi chirped. Yeah, do that. Akira-kun, see you later in more ways than one. I chose not to ask what she meant, though Izumi's mischievous grin practically screamed, "You're jealous, aren't you?" And yeah, of course I was. Let's head to the convenience store. Sure. Still flustered by Izumi's antics, I left the house with Eiji to buy pudding. For no particular reason, I decided I'd take my bath before Eiji when we got back. Section. At the convenience store, we bought an assortment of snacks and pudding and started walking back home with our shopping bags in hand. The residential streets, dimly lit and quiet, reinforced my decision not to let the girls go out alone. Even in a relatively safe area, it's better to avoid unnecessary risks these days. Once we got back, it'd be time to start studying. Aoi-san seems to trust you a lot, Eiji said. Can you two stop teasing me already? Honestly, I was starting to get embarrassed. I'm not teasing. I've just been curious about how you two are managing your living situation. It's been a process. At first, I thought Aoi-san was a gyaru, so things were awkward. And on her end, she was so reserved that we hardly talked. Even today, if Izumi hadn't pushed her, she probably wouldn't have expressed her feelings at all. Well, it's natural. It's not easy for strangers to live together. Yeah. I've only recently started to grasp what you meant at the mall. Men and women can't truly understand each other. If you care about someone, you need to communicate to protect that bond. Learning about someone teaches you how little you actually know about them. Without dialogue, understanding is impossible, and even as you gain clarity, new questions arise. But if you stop trying, the relationship won't last, especially if the other person is of the opposite gender. At least it seems like your cohabitation is going well now. I don't know about that. Are you worried about something? Worried? Of course, I was. I still don't know if bringing Aoi-san to my house that night was the right decision. It's a thought that crosses my mind often, as if I'm constantly solving a question with no answer. I'm happy that Aoi-san trusts me, and I'd like to think I've been able to help her. But I don't know how she really feels. Maybe there was a better way to handle things. Maybe what I'm doing is just meddling. I see. Eiji fell silent for a moment, his expression hidden in the shadows of the dimly lit street. Even if it was meddling or a mistake, I think it's okay. What? Eiji's voice was calm and deliberate as he chose his words. Regardless, the fact remains that you helped Aoi-san. You think so? There might have been better options, sure. But you can't dwell on hypotheticals forever. As for how Aoi-san feels, only she knows. But when she said you were kind, I don't think there was any lie in her words. That alone gives meaning to what you did. Yeah, maybe you're right. His words eased the weight on my heart, even if just a little. Some people might call it unnecessary or even hypocritical if they heard your story. But what matters most is how you and Aoi-san feel about it. And when it comes to helping someone in need, being a little pushy isn't a bad thing. They're bound to hesitate otherwise. That's true. Also, you should believe in the words Aoi-san shares with you. I get that you're anxious, but trying to read too deeply into someone's words can ruin a relationship. Trust what's visible instead of letting invisible doubts eat away at you. Sometimes I wonder if you're really a high school student. I am. I've just had a little head start since I got a girlfriend. If having a girlfriend made someone this wise, there'd be no such thing as divorce in the world. Anyway, thanks. I feel a bit better now. No one knows the right answer. Overthinking will only exhaust you. Even if you're wrong, it's better to do what you can while you still have the chance. This arrangement won't last forever, after all. Yeah, I know. Eiji's words carried a note of sadness, and I was certain it wasn't just my imagination. After all, both of us knew what the near future held. All right, we're almost home. Let's cut the gloom here. Yeah. If there's one thing to treasure, it's a good friend. Maybe I didn't need to carry all this weight on my own. I resolved to trust Aoi-san's words and do everything I could to help her. With that thought, I opened the door to the house. We're back. Welcome back. Izumi greeted us enthusiastically, clearly having waited for our return. From behind her, Aoi-san peeked out from the living room and joined her. Welcome home. Yeah, we're back. Here, this is for you, Pudding. Thank you, huh? When I handed her the bag, she peeked inside and let out a surprised gasp. All of this? Well, yeah, her reaction made sense. The bag was crammed to the brim with pudding. Wasn't sure which kind you'd like. There were so many types, so I figured I'd just get 2 of each. Turns out, that added up to quite a lot. I hadn't planned on actually buying out the store, but the sheer variety made it happen unintentionally. Don't feel like you have to eat it all right away. No, I'll eat it all. Thank you. A radiant smile lit up Aoi-san's face, and I found myself instinctively looking away. It was nice to see her so happy over something so small, but man, it was embarrassing. Oh-ho. Akira-kun, are you blushing because she thanked you? I am not blushing. Sure. Your face is totally red, though. Izumi teased me mercilessly, as always. Come on, we bought snacks too, let's get to studying already. Okay, everything's ready to go. Following the 2 girls back to the living room, I glanced at the table and noticed the empty pack that had once held sakuramochi. What's wrong? Nothing. I didn't even have the energy to comment anymore. So, who's going to teach Aoi-san? As we gathered around the table, I brought up the question I'd almost forgotten to ask. After all, the purpose of this study session was to help Aoi-san catch up academically. The goal was to make up for her time away from school and perform well on the upcoming finals, improving her standing with the teachers. We can all help her together. It's good review for us, too. Fair enough. And so, our study camp officially began. We started with the very basics, the first pages of her textbooks. For finals prep, it would have been more efficient to focus only on the test material, but since Aoi-san had missed most of the semester due to her part-time job, we had to start from scratch. We put aside our own studies to guide her step by step. I'd expected it to be tough going, but to my surprise, it wasn't. Though she hadn't attended classes, Aoi-san had a sharp mind. She absorbed everything we taught her quickly, moving forward at an impressive pace. Even with 3 of us taking turns to explain things, I hadn't anticipated such progress. The more I got to know Aoi-san, the more I was struck by how far she was from my initial impression of her. If she kept this up, finals would be no problem. As the night wore on, Eiji and I took turns bathing and taking short breaks, but we all kept studying. Before we knew it, the clock's hands had crept past midnight. Around 1 a.m., Izumi finally succumbed to exhaustion and fell asleep. Even as she dozed off at the table, one hand was still buried in a bag of snacks, as if torn between eating and sleeping. Typical. Should we call it a night? Yeah. We still have tomorrow and the day after. Thank you, everyone. Aoi-san put down her pen and bowed her head politely to Eiji and the sleeping Izumi. Where should Izumi and I sleep, Akira? My parents' bed is free. It's the last room down the hall. Thanks. We'll use that, then. Eiji scooped Izumi up in a princess carry without breaking a sweat. Good night. See you tomorrow. Yeah, good night. Good night. As they left the living room, I turned to find myself alone with Aoi-san. Despite having spent so much time alone with her before, the air between us felt strangely charged. Let's tidy up a bit and then get to bed ourselves. Okay, but before that. Chem, what's up? Aoi-san walked over to the fridge, opened it, and pulled out 2 puddings. If it's all right, would you eat one with me before bed? Of course. Let's do it. Thanks. She smiled softly and sat down beside me. As I opened the lid and took a spoonful, the sweetness spread through my mouth, perfectly balanced. This is good. Yeah, I haven't had pudding in ages. It's really good. Me neither. Really? Back when my parents still got along, my dad used to bring pudding home from work sometimes. The 3 of us would eat it together after our baths. I loved those moments so much. A nostalgic look crossed her face, her thoughts clearly lingering on happier memories. Sorry for bringing up something so depressing. That's not what I meant to say. I just wanted to tell you that sharing pudding with someone again like this makes me really happy. So, I'd love it if we could keep doing this from time to time. Aoi-san. I felt both happy and heartbroken. If these simple moments made her happy, then, of course, we can eat pudding together every day if you want. And not just pudding, tell me what else you like. Let's do as many things as possible that make you happy. Thank you. If I can see that smile again, I'd do anything to support her. I couldn't help but feel that way. And, one more thing. One more thing. Thank you for everything you've done for me. Aoi-san said this with a strangely formal tone. Like today's study camp, or how you spoke with Izumi and Eiji-kun to help me make friends. I've been wanting to thank you properly, but I never found the right time to say it. Her words struck a chord deep in my chest. When my mom disappeared, I was in shock. I never thought I'd be able to spend such happy days again. It's all thanks to you, Akira-kun. Really, thank you. As Aoi-san spoke with a serene smile, I realized something. Everything I'd done wasn't pointless or unwelcome after all. I feel like I've only been relying on you. I wish there was something I could do to repay you, but I'm bad at cooking, and the only thing I can really do is cleaning, so I feel bad about that. That's more than enough. As long as you're happy, that's all that matters to me. Okay, but if there's ever anything I can do, please don't hesitate to ask. Thanks, Aoi-san. And with that, the first night of our study camp came to an end. As Eiji had said, I decided to treasure what I could see and hold on to in the moment. Section. The study camp continued through Saturday and Sunday. We studied together, shared meals, and even took breaks by strolling around the neighborhood. Being with others kept me from slacking off like I might on my own, and we made more progress than I'd expected. This efficiency was especially beneficial for Aoi-san, who was catching up on the first semester. By the end of the camp, she had recovered a significant portion of what she'd missed. Of course, it wasn't perfect, but with 1 week left until finals, we had enough time to make up for the rest. If we continued studying and did another study camp the weekend before finals, she'd be ready. On the final evening of the 3rd day, Well, it's time for us to head home. That was fun. Let's do it again next weekend. Aoi-san and I saw the two of them off at the front door. Thank you, both of you. No need to thank us. We're friends, after all. Izumi grinned as she responded to Aoi-san's gratitude. See you at school tomorrow. Yeah. Oh, wait a sec. Izumi suddenly started rummaging through her bag. Here, Akira-kun. She handed me a brown paper bag. What's this? I figured you'd need it, so I bought it for you. Almost forgot to hand it over. Curious, I peeked into the bag. What the? Realizing what was inside, I quickly shoved the bag closed. What is it, Akira-kun? And nothing. I held the bag behind me to keep Aoi-san from peeking. Inside were rubber items intended for intimate use by couples. Better safe than sorry, right? Izumi said with a wink, giving me a thumbs up. I wanted to retort, to give her a piece of my mind, but I couldn't risk overreacting and drawing Aoi-san's attention. I swallowed my words and glared at Izumi. Well, see you. And so, the study camp ended with Izumi teasing me relentlessly. Guess I'll stash the bag deep in the closet for now. Section. After that, Aoi-san and I continued studying together every night. With finals approaching, she took time off from her part-time job to focus entirely on her studies. Our routine was simple. After school, she'd study while I cooked dinner. Once we ate and took our baths, we'd go over anything she struggled with together. This pattern repeated until 2 days before finals. Late one night, I woke up needing to use the restroom. On my way back, I noticed the door to Hiyori's room, the one Aoi-san was using, was slightly ajar, with light spilling out into the hallway. Is she still studying at this hour? We'd been studying together until past midnight, and I thought we'd called it a night. Yet here she was, still going at it. After using the restroom, I decided to grab something from the kitchen. I poured 2 glasses of iced tea and added some chocolates to a tray before heading to her room. Standing outside, I knocked softly before opening the door. Good work. Mind if I join you for a bit? Oh, I'm sorry. Did I wake you? Aoi-san looked startled and stopped writing. No, I woke up because I needed the restroom. I saw the light on and thought I'd bring you something to drink. I see. I didn't want to disturb you, but you've been working so hard, so I thought a break might help. I brought tea and some chocolate if you're hungry. Thank you. I was just about to take a break. Great. Mind if I sit with you for a bit? Of course not. Please. She set her pen down and motioned for me to sit beside her. I placed the tray on the table and took a seat. How's the studying going? Not bad, I think. You all took so much time to help me, so I want to do my best to repay you. I'm not sure I'll get great scores right away, though. Her determined expression spoke volumes. Aoi-san wasn't someone who chased results out of sheer ambition. She likely didn't care about high scores for their own sake. What drove her now was the desire to show her gratitude for what we'd done for her. I wondered if I was starting to understand Aoi-san well enough to think, this is so like her. But there are still a few things I don't quite get. She glanced at the textbooks and notes spread across the table. Math, huh? How many questions are we talking about? 2, maybe 3? In that case, I'll help you out now. Oh no, it's fine. I don't want to trouble you. Don't worry about it. It's admirable that you're studying so late, but if you overdo it, you'll be too tired tomorrow. Let's tackle the tricky parts and call it a night once you're done. After hearing my suggestion, Aoi-san hesitated briefly before nodding slightly. Thank you. If you don't mind, I'd appreciate it. Of course. Let's see here. As I leaned closer to look at the textbook, she suddenly muttered softly. What's wrong? Turning my head toward her, I quickly understood why she'd spoken. Our faces were unexpectedly close, so much so that her wide, surprised eyes and reddening cheeks were practically within reach. Sorry. In my eagerness to look at her textbook, I'd leaned in far closer than necessary. If I'd turned my head too quickly, we might have had an accidental and frankly regrettable collision. A missed opportunity? Maybe. I quickly pulled back, putting some distance between us. No, it's okay. I'm the one who should be apologizing. Sorry. Seeing her flustered expression, her cheeks still tinged red, made my chest tighten. Not good. Now is not the time to get swept up in feelings like this. We're supposed to be studying. I tried to refocus, taking a sip of tea and popping a piece of chocolate into my mouth. All right, let's do this. Okay. I couldn't help but hope that all this effort would lead to good results for her. And so, another late night quietly passed. Chapter 5: An Unexpected Visitor. Finally done. On the Friday of the final day of exams, Izumi's voice echoed through the classroom the moment the last test ended. The rest of the students seemed to share her sentiment, their excitement filling the room. Though, among them, there were a few with expressions of despair, some looking so defeated they seemed moments away from their souls leaving their bodies. I could only silently wish them luck with their makeup exams, hoping they wouldn't have to sacrifice their summer break to supplementary lessons. Not that I had the luxury of treating this as someone else's problem just yet. Akira, how'd you do? No issues. Actually, I think I did better than on the midterms. That's likely thanks to the study camp we had together. More importantly, Aoi-san, how did your test go? I walked over to her desk and asked her as casually as I would a close friend. By this point, thanks to Izumi's efforts, much of the misunderstanding surrounding Aoi-san in the class had cleared up. It had reached the point where me or Eiji speaking to her openly wouldn't even raise an eyebrow. She'd started to blend in naturally, and most classmates now saw us as friends. It was all thanks to Izumi's persistent efforts to spread the truth. Aoi-san wasn't a gyaru. I think I did okay. At the very least, I don't think I'll fail, probably. Nice. That's great to hear. Aoi-san looked relieved as she spoke. It's all thanks to everyone. I'm really grateful. You worked hard for it, Aoi-san. That's what made the difference. Knowing how catastrophic her midterms had been, I genuinely wanted to praise her. While we wouldn't know for sure until the results came out, for now, we could all breathe a little easier. Aoi-san, you have work today, right? Want to walk part of the way home together? Sure. Wait a second. As we were about to leave the classroom together, Izumi stepped in front of us, spreading her arms wide to block the way. I've got something I want to talk to everyone about, so let's all walk home together. Sure, but what's this about? I'll explain as we go. Her cryptic response was suspicious, but we followed her out of the school in a group of 4. As we walked, Izumi sent a URL to our group chat. What's this? Just click on it and see. Following her instructions, I tapped the link. A hot spring. The page loaded to show the website of a hot spring facility. Nestled by a mountain stream, it seemed to be a day trip destination with numerous private cottages. Each one featured an outdoor bath sourced directly from the facility's natural spring. While I wasn't entirely sure why Izumi had sent us this, I knew she had a thing for traditional Japanese aesthetics, things like hot springs, shrines, and kimono. She preferred tea over coffee, wagashi over Western desserts, and dreamt of wearing kimono rather than dresses. Despite her flashy looks and personality, her tastes leaned surprisingly old school. She'd even raved about properly brewed tea during our study camp, and I'd picked up sakuramochi for her knowing her preferences. For some reason, her hobby was bonsai. Seriously, she was like an old man in disguise. To celebrate finishing exams, I went ahead and booked this place for the day after tomorrow, Sunday. Day after tomorrow? That's pretty short notice. Why, you got plans? No, but if I did, what were you planning to do? I'd already asked Aoi-san to keep her schedule free. But I totally forgot to tell you. Worst case, the 3 of us would have gone without you. Why am I the one you'd leave behind? Sorry. Izumi stuck out her tongue playfully, completely unapologetic. Well, she was always like this, so I didn't take it personally. So, it's settled then. I've never been to a hot spring before, so I'm excited, Aoi-san said. Really? Hot springs are amazing. You might get hooked after this. Izumi launched into an enthusiastic spiel about the wonders of hot springs, with Aoi-san listening intently. A hot spring, huh? It did seem like a good way to celebrate Aoi-san's efforts. The place was only about an hour and a half away by train, perfect for a short day trip. Sure, most students would celebrate with karaoke, but that didn't seem like Aoi-san's thing. As I watched the two of them chatting, I glanced back at the homepage and noticed something. This place charges by the room, not per person. 4,000 yen per hour. If we split into 2 rooms for boys and girls, that's 2,000 yen each. Pretty pricey for students. Well, with private open-air baths, a higher price made sense. But then Izumi dropped a bombshell. Oh, I only booked 1 room. What? There's no way we can all share a single room. Why not? We're all friends. No, seriously. Friends or not, sharing 1 room meant mixed bathing. Even if Izumi was okay with it, Aoi-san would definitely be embarrassed, and Eiji wouldn't want his girlfriend in such a situation. If I had a girlfriend, there's no way I'd be okay with other guys seeing her like that. Eiji, you're okay with this? Yeah, she told me beforehand, and I don't mind. Are you serious? I glanced at Aoi-san to gauge her reaction. She was whispering with Izumi. So, if that's the case. Yes. Aoi-san says she's okay with it too. Wait, seriously? Is it really fine for me to be this happy? Then it's settled. This weekend, we're all going to the hot springs. Whatever happens, I've done my part. If someone complains later that they'd prefer something else, it's not my problem. Even so, my excitement bubbled over, an inevitable reaction for a healthy high school boy. Man, I can't wait. By the way, totally unrelated, but as I tried not to let my excitement show, Izumi suddenly spoke up. Aoi-san, where do you work part-time? At the cafe near the station. Oh, that's pretty close. Hey, how about we all drop by there now? Wait, right now? Yeah. I'm curious about where Aoi-san works, and we can also talk about the hot spring plans. Is that a problem? Barging into her workplace felt a bit much, but I think it's fine. Weekdays aren't that busy anyway. Yay. Aoi-san's workplace, her. I had been a little curious, but I never thought I'd end up visiting like this. Section. When we arrived at the cafe, Aoi-san introduced us to the manager. Since it was a privately run cafe, I expected an elderly man to own it. But to my surprise, the manager was a surprisingly youthful man, probably in his late 30s or early 40s. With his refined smile, he definitely fell into the cool older guy category. Putting that aside, the manager welcomed us warmly, showed us to a table, and we each ordered drinks. After a while, Aoi-san appeared, now dressed in her uniform, bringing our drinks. Your uniform is so cute. It really suits you, Aoi-san. And not really. Blushing, Aoi-san's face turned red as she appeared in her cafe uniform. The uniform consisted of a black shirt paired with a long skirt and a white apron with frills. She had tied her long hair with a scrunchie. Seeing her like this for the first time, I had to admit, seeing someone in a different outfit can really leave an impression. So, Akira-kun, what do you think? It suits her, doesn't it? Izumi asked, pulling me from my daze. Ah, yeah. I think it suits her really well. Thank you. Even though she was embarrassed, complimenting her made me feel embarrassed too. Oh, sorry. Here are your drinks. Trying to hide her flustered expression, Aoi-san set the drinks on the table. For some reason, along with the drinks, she placed down a plate of cake. We didn't order any cake. It's a treat from the manager. Awesome. Thanks, manager. While Izumi's eyes sparkled in delight, I glanced over at the manager, who was standing a little ways off, and gave a polite nod. Not exactly wagashi, but is it okay? I teased Izumi, referencing her love for Japanese sweets. It's fine. I just like wagashi the most. It's not like I dislike cake. Fair enough. I sipped my coffee, amused by her enthusiasm. Honestly, I had been curious about where Aoi-san worked. But with the cafe's cozy atmosphere, and a manager who seemed kind and thoughtful, there was nothing to worry about. Learning this about Aoi-san brought a sense of relief. After that, Eiji, Izumi, and I started planning our day trip to the hot springs, deciding on meeting times, travel arrangements, and even looking up nearby attractions and date spots. We were so engrossed in the discussion that before we knew it, it was 8 p.m., the cafe's closing time. After thanking the manager, we left the cafe. As Eiji and Izumi headed home, I waited outside for Aoi-san to finish changing. "Can I have a moment?" The manager, in the middle of closing up, called out to me. "It's about Aoi-san. Could we talk?" Hearing that, I instinctively tensed. "What about her?" "You're her friend, so I was wondering if you know about her circumstances." Circumstances? Uncertain how much he already knew, I hesitated to answer. He didn't seem like a bad person, but I couldn't reveal Aoi-san's personal matters so easily. Even if he knew everything, I didn't want to be the one to bring it up first. Noticing my reluctance, he quickly tried to put me at ease. "I'm sorry if I made you uncomfortable," he said, raising both hands lightly. "I don't know much about Aoi-san's situation, but seeing a high school girl working so many hours during the day, it's easy to guess there's a reason she doesn't want to talk about." From the concern in his expression, I understood immediately. This man had figured out that Aoi-san had her reasons, yet chose to support her without prying. He must have believed that helping her work here was the best he could do. But recently, she asked to limit her shifts to after school. Since then, I've noticed her becoming livelier. Seeing her with friends like you today made me realize she must be doing better now. Relief spread across his face as he spoke. "I know this might sound strange coming from me, but I hope you'll continue being there for Aoi-san." I felt a pang of guilt for having doubted him, even briefly. "Of course. And if I may say, I'm glad her workplace is this cafe. I'm sure Aoi-san feels the same. Most adults would have turned her away if she asked to work during school hours. But this man, understanding her unspoken reasons, gave her a chance. That was true kindness. Some might criticize him for it, but to me, it was reason enough to trust him. "Akira-kun, I'm ready." "Oh, manager." Aoi-san, who had just arrived, looked at the scene between me and the manager, a question mark practically floating above her head. "Just some small talk," the manager said. "Good work today. Looking forward to seeing you again." "Thank you." "Good work today," Aoi-san replied. "You too, Akira-kun. Be sure to visit us again." "Of course. Thanks for the cake." I bowed politely, and Aoi-san and I left the cafe together. As we walked through the quiet night streets, I noticed Aoi-san sneaking glances at me, as though she wanted to ask something. "What were you talking about with the manager?" "Chem. He was asking how to deal with someone who keeps messing up orders." "That's a lie. I've never messed up an order." Aoi-san puffed her cheeks in protest, looking adorably upset. She probably meant to come across as mad, but she wasn't serious enough to be scary. Honestly, it was kind of cute. Seeing this expression of hers felt like a small win. "Geez. Akira-kun, you're so mean." Sorry. But I'm glad the manager seems like a nice person." "Yeah. He really is." The way she said that, savoring each word, showed just how much trust she had in him. Honestly, it made me happy to see that there was someone who truly tried to understand her. In today's world, I always thought relationships were far more superficial. Every time I transferred schools, I'd drift apart from my friends. No matter how much we tried to stay in touch or promised to meet again someday, the passage of time always drained the warmth from those connections. Eventually, I resigned myself to the idea that relationships were just fleeting things. So, I surprised myself the most when I extended a hand to Aoi-san. Was I really the kind of guy who'd do something like this? I'd asked myself that question more times than I could count. And yet, it was strange. Now, I genuinely felt glad that I'd done it. But that also made me wonder, when the time came for me to transfer again, how would I feel about leaving this place behind? Would I be able to let it go as easily as I had before? Ever since meeting Aoi-san, there was a part of me that didn't want to think about the future. Lost in thought, I walked beside Aoi-san on our way home. Overhead, a thin veil of clouds drifted across the night sky. Section. When we got home, we both settled into the living room for a moment of rest. The clock showed it was just past 8:30 p.m. Usually, while Aoi-san was at her part-time job, I'd prepare dinner and draw the bath so everything would be ready when she returned. But now, starting dinner this late would mean we wouldn't eat until well past 9. I wasn't particularly hungry after the cake, but Aoi-san must have been. I needed to get moving and cook something for her soon. Aoi-san, why don't you take a bath first? I'll make dinner while you're in there. Oh no, I couldn't. It wouldn't feel right for me to go first. It's fine. You must be tired after your shift, so don't worry about it. Okay. If you insist, I'll go ahead then. Just as Aoi-san got up from the sofa and headed toward the bathroom, the intercom buzzed loudly. At this hour? Who could it what? I glanced at the monitor next to the kitchen and froze. Why is she here at this time of night? Akira-kun, what's wrong? Oh, it's nothing. There was no time to explain. I needed to hide Aoi-san now. Aoi-san, I'm sorry, but can you hide in my room's closet for a bit? Don't ask why, just please do it. What? I didn't wait for her to finish. Gently but firmly, I guided her toward my room. Switching on the flashlight on my phone, I handed it to her and helped her into the closet. After quickly throwing all of her belongings from around the house into my room, I rushed to the front door. You're late. Standing there was a girl with a deadpan expression and a tinge of annoyance. Sorry. I wasn't expecting anyone, so I was dozing off. Anyway, Hiyori, you could have at least texted to let me know you were coming. Why would I need to text? This is my house too. Well, yeah, but... The unexpected visitor was none other than my younger sister, Akamori Hiyori. Hiyori stepped inside, walked straight to the living room, and plopped herself down on the sofa. Seriously though, this is so sudden. What's going on? Mom and Dad said you haven't been responding to their messages, so they told me to check on you. It's true I'd been so caught up with Aoi-san that I'd been ignoring their calls and texts. Got it. Sorry for the trouble. Don't worry about it. I was a little worried about you too, so it's fine. Hey, I'm in high school now. I can take care of myself. Hiyori spoke like an older sister, despite being just 1 year younger than me. She was oddly mature for her age. Rarely showing emotion, she always seemed calm and collected. To some, she might come across as cold, but she cared deeply for those close to her. While her reserved nature and high emotional maturity made it hard for her to make friends, the few she had adored her. She was the kind of person who valued deep, meaningful relationships over a wide social circle. Because we were so close in age, we'd always interacted more like twins than siblings. So, how's your new school? Have you gotten used to it? Yeah, it's been pretty fun. I'd worried about her struggling to make friends, but hearing that she was enjoying herself put my mind at ease. Well, I'm glad to see you're doing okay. The place is clean too. I was expecting a bachelor pad disaster, but maybe having a girlfriend is keeping you tidy. What? Her unexpected comment sent chills down my spine. What are you talking about? I don't have a. Just as I raised my voice to deny it, a noise interrupted me. In Hiyori's hand, held up as if presenting evidence, was a single strand of long, black hair. This is way too long to be mine or Mom's, and neither of us has hair this dark. So, it's proof that another woman has been in this room, isn't it? Well, that's... You were slow to open the door, and you've been acting suspiciously ever since. It's obvious. You're trying to hide the fact that your girlfriend is here by stashing her somewhere nearby. But you didn't have time to clean up the stray hair, did you? The hair was a blind spot. No, even if I had noticed it, there wouldn't have been much I could do. But still, how did she notice something like that so quickly? She's way too sharp. I'm not here to bite anyone's head off. Just introduce me already. What do I do? There was no way I could keep this charade up. And considering she came this late, it was clear she planned to stay the night. I couldn't possibly leave Aoi-san hidden in the closet until morning. Even if I managed to pull it off, Hiyori's suspicion would make it only a matter of time before our parents found out. If that's the case, keeping her hidden would only create more problems. Wait here for a moment, I said, heading back to my room and opening the closet. Aoi-san? Aoi-san looked startled, her expression uneasy. No, It wasn't just surprise, she looked like she'd stumbled upon something she shouldn't have. What's wrong? The moment I asked, I realized the answer. In Aoi-san's left hand was the brown paper bag Izumi had handed me during the study camp. Of course, the bag was open, and in her trembling right hand was the item inside. This isn't what it looks like. I didn't buy that, and I had no intention of using it. Izumi left it here, saying I'd need it someday, trying to be considerate in her weird way. It's absolutely not for what you're imagining. Aoi-san turned bright red, like a boiled octopus, and went silent. Why couldn't I just keep my mouth shut? Moments like this were the worst. I always ended up over-explaining. In doing so, I'd practically confirmed Izumi's ridiculous implications that I'd use it with Aoi-san. Whoever said silence is golden was absolutely right. What's with all the noise? Hiyori's voice rang out, and she appeared in the doorway, drawn by my shouting. Her expression was completely neutral, but her eyes had the sharpness of someone staring at something disgusting. Were you planning to start something while your sister's here? Naturally, her gaze was fixed on the item in Aoi-san's hand, a rubber product. No, that's not it at all. Please, believe me, I didn't do anything. Somehow, this line reminded me of an old movie I'd seen. If I recalled correctly, the protagonist ended up guilty in the end. This was bad. I wasn't going to get out of this clean. Let's all head to the living room. We can talk there, Hiyori said calmly. Okay. With no other choice, Aoi-san and I followed Hiyori out of the room. Section. In the living room, I sat across from Hiyori and cleared my throat. This is my classmate, Aoi Sorotome, I began. And nice to meet you. I'm Aoi Sorotome, Aoi-san stammered, bowing her head nervously. It was no surprise she was flustered. Being suddenly introduced to someone's family would put anyone on edge. And this is my sister, Hiyori. Nice to meet you. I'm Hiyori Akamori. Thank you for taking care of my brother, Hiyori said with a polite bow, her expression as unreadable as ever. No, it's the other way around. Your brother has been helping me so much, Aoi-san replied, bowing again with sincerity. Hiyori's sharp gaze narrowed slightly, likely noticing how unusually tense Aoi-san seemed. It must have struck her as unnatural, even more so than the nerves of meeting family. At this point, there was no point in hiding the truth. The thing is, Aoi-san and I are living here together. What? Hiyori, who rarely showed her emotions, couldn't hide her surprise. Her brows furrowed slightly, and she gave me a questioning look. Let me explain everything from the beginning. Just stay calm and hear me out. I started recounting the whole story. I told her about the rainy day when I first met Aoi-san in the park. About how Aoi-san's mother had run off with a man, leaving behind unpaid rent and forcing her to move out with nowhere else to go. How, with no other options, she started living here with me. I explained my goal of helping solve Aoi-san's problems before I transferred schools, and how both Eiji and Izumi knew and were helping us. I see, Hiyori said once I finished. Her composure had returned by then. I know keeping this from our family was wrong, and I'm sorry. But it's fine, isn't it? Hiyori interrupted before I could justify myself. It is. Her unexpected response left me stunned. What you did wasn't wrong, Akira. Well, but helping someone in need is the right thing to do. Everyone knows that in theory, but in practice, most people do nothing. They ignore people in trouble, leave those struggling alone, and turn a blind eye to wrongdoing. And when someone does step in, they get called a hypocrite. She had a point. At some point in life, everyone had likely witnessed such situations at least once. Whatever the circumstances, you stepped in to help. If you're going to do it, then hold your head high. Hiyori, thank you. Her face didn't betray any emotion, but I was genuinely happy that she understood. Still, I hadn't expected her to accept it so easily. I thought you'd be more shocked. I was. But knowing you, it's not surprising. I've always known what kind of person you are. This isn't the first time I've seen you step in to help someone. It's just like you. Just like me, huh? She was probably referring to the incident from kindergarten that Eiji always brought up. Hiyori had been there too, so she must have seen me back then. Unlike me, whose memory of it was blurry, Hiyori's recollection seemed perfectly clear. Honestly, both she and Eiji remembered things I'd long since forgotten. But what do you think Mom and Dad would say if they found out? Yeah, that's the problem. I knew for sure they wouldn't accept it. No reasonable parent would be okay with a teenage boy and girl living under the same roof. Even if it weren't my parents, any responsible adult would have the same reaction. That's why I needed to make sure they didn't find out. Hiyori, could you keep this a secret from Mom and Dad? I bowed my head, pouring as much sincerity as I could into my words. If I couldn't convince Hiyori, this living arrangement would be over. I'm not asking you to help cover it up. Just, please, don't say anything. Even if I don't, there's no guarantee they won't find out. What if, like today, Mom or Dad suddenly decide to drop by? Have you thought that far ahead? That's... If you need my help, just ask directly. As I hesitated, Hiyori spoke up, surprising me. You'll help us. I can see right through you, Akira. You told me everything because you expected my help, didn't you? I don't think what you did was wrong, and since you trusted me enough to tell me, I can't just refuse. That alone is enough reason to cooperate. Hiyori, thank you. Her words struck me deeply. That unconditional kindness she shows to the people she trusts, it's just like her. For now, I'll tell Mom and Dad everything is fine. If they ask about you, I'll say I'll check on you myself. That should buy you some time. That would help a lot. Thanks. Of course, I'll help, but I can't make any guarantees. So, instead of taking your time until your second year of high school, work quickly to improve Aoi-san's situation. Yeah, I will. Thanks again. She was right, I couldn't afford to drag this out. Still, knowing I had Hiyori's support made me feel a lot better. So, when did you two start dating? What? Aoi-san and I spoke in unison, startled. I'd introduced her as my classmate, not my girlfriend, but I guess I hadn't explicitly denied it either. Well, I didn't mention it before, but we're not dating. What? Hiyori's usual poker face vanished, replaced by an expression of disbelief. It wasn't just surprise, her look practically screamed, "Are you serious?" I'd never seen her make that face before. Why aren't you dating? Well, it's not like. You started living together as classmates, but after spending so much time together, it's only natural you'd become a couple, right? Or are you saying you're doing those things with her without being in a relationship? That's unbelievably irresponsible. No, that's not what's happening at all. Then what about earlier? What was that? That was something Izumi left here as a joke. It's unopened, you can check it if you want. The fact that I, a high schooler, even had to explain this to my middle school sister felt absurd. Still, I clarified everything. Hiyori stared at me, speechless, as if the entire situation defied belief. Akira, are you even a man? I am. There's no way two high schoolers living together could remain completely innocent. Leave me alone. Why did she sound just like Izumi? Instead of criticizing me, she should be praising me for keeping my impulses in check. I'd been doing my best to resist temptation, after all. Aoi-san, are you okay with this? Caught off guard, Aoi-san blushed, clearly flustered. Well, I owe Akira-kun so much. There's no way I could. Forget about your circumstances. How do you feel about Akira? I think he's important to me. Under Hiyori's intense questioning, Aoi-san started using formal language, looking even more overwhelmed. Why did this feel like we were being scolded? I could take it, but Hiyori didn't have to put Aoi-san through this. When you say important, what do you mean? Is it love, or just friendship? Cornered, Aoi-san backed away slightly. Hiyori, that's enough for today. Aoi-san's shy around new people. I stepped in to calm Hiyori, who for once was being uncharacteristically emotional. She sighed, looking like she was reluctantly letting it go. For now, let's just eat dinner. I'll cook something quickly. Fine, but we'll continue this after dinner, she said with a hint of finality. It seemed like I'd managed to defuse the situation for now, but I wouldn't be able to escape Hiyori's questions for long. Even after being her brother for 14 years, there were still things about her I didn't understand. I'd just glimpsed a new side of her. After we finished dinner and took our baths, we stayed up late talking in the living room. I'd prepared myself for more grilling about my relationship with Aoi-san, but once Hiyori was convinced we weren't dating, she just muttered, "That's boring," and dropped the subject. What did she mean by boring? I hadn't expected her to get so emotional over my love life. Then again, Hiyori may act mature, but she's still a middle schooler at her age. It's natural to be interested in romance. Honestly, I've never understood where her emotional landmines are. That night, the three of us discussed how to maintain the secret and avoid raising suspicion with our parents. By the time we finished, it was well past midnight. Regardless, having Hiyori's cooperation was a huge relief. As thanks, I should buy her some yomugi monju, her favorite, next time. Note: monju steamed with plenty of yomugi, mugwort, kneaded into the dough. It has the texture of a steamed cake. Chapter 6: If Wishes Could Come True. 2 days later, Sunday. What? Hiyori-chan was here. Izumi's frustrated voice echoed through the train heading toward the hot springs. Yeah. She came the day before yesterday and left yesterday. Why didn't you tell me? Izumi, sitting diagonally across from me in our 4-person box seat, puffed out her cheeks in irritation. Aoi-san was seated by the window next to me, while Eiji sat directly across from me. She came late at night and left before noon the next day. There wasn't really any time to meet. Even so, you could have let me know. I could have at least gone to see her off. She probably didn't want to bother you since she wouldn't be staying long, Eiji interjected. Hiyori-chan, you're so cold, Izumi muttered, her shoulders slumping. Hiyori said she wanted to see you too, I added, though I didn't mention the real reason. She didn't want to wake Izumi, who was notoriously bad at mornings. Thanks to Eiji waking her up every day, she never arrived late to school, but on weekends, she reportedly slept until well past noon. Eiji once said that a 1-hour tardiness to a date was cute by her standards. Frankly, if Eiji hadn't gone to pick her up today, she would have definitely missed the train. I told Hiyori that you and Eiji already knew about my transfer, so she'll probably reach out to you eventually. But don't hold it against her for not saying anything. It's my fault she didn't. I'm not mad anymore, Izumi replied, though her pout suggested otherwise. What I'm mad about is not getting to see her. It was written all over her face. So, does that mean you told Hiyori about Aoi-san? Eiji asked, trying to soothe Izumi. Yeah. I tried to keep it from her, but she figured it out immediately. I had no choice but to explain. When I told them how she caught me because of a single stray hair on the floor, Eiji nodded knowingly. Hiyori-chan's sharp, unlike you, Akira. Don't make it sound like I'm dull. Relax. Most guys are clueless, and you're no exception. What part of that is supposed to be comforting? Maybe I was dull after all. I always thought it was just my memory that was bad, but who knows? And what did Hiyori-chan say? Eiji continued. She understood. She even offered to help keep it from our parents. Hiyori-chan's reliable like that. Though I bet she wasn't happy about you hiding it. No, she didn't get mad about that. Then what did she get mad about? She assumed Aoi-san and I were dating. When I told her we weren't, she got upset. Ah, yeah. Hiyori-chan is strict about those things. Yeah, strict didn't even cover it. She lectured me thoroughly. It was like being scolded by Dad. Well, if you show results down the line, she might forgive you. Results, her. In other words, both Izumi and Hiyori were telling me to take responsibility and start dating Aoi-san since we were living together. I could understand where they were coming from. If the roles were reversed, I'd probably say the same thing. But unfortunately for them, our relationship wasn't like that. To be more precise, neither of us had the luxury to even think about it. We had a clear time limit hanging over us, after all. If someone asked whether there were zero feelings between us, well, I wasn't sure. When I tried to search my heart, the answer didn't come easily. Maybe things would become clear once everything was resolved. That vague thought crossed my mind. After about an hour on the train, we arrived at the nearest station. From there, it was a 20-minute walk to the hot spring facility. However, This is the place, right? I asked. I think so, Izumi replied uncertainly. Before us was a tall grove of cedar trees, with a gate that looked like the entrance to a temple. At a glance, it didn't look like a hot spring facility at all. It looked more like a forest, to be honest. Well, let's check it out, Eiji suggested. Yeah. With Eiji in the lead, we passed through the gate. A stone-paved path wound through the cedar forest, and eventually, we spotted a wooden building ahead. It looked like an old Japanese farmhouse, but stepping inside was a revelation. Whoa, this is incredible. It's so chic, Izumi exclaimed. The building's high, open ceiling featured stylish hanging lights, while the floor was made of sleek black stone, creating a striking contrast of light and dark. One wall was entirely made of glass, making the space feel even more open. It was clear that the interior had been modernized to give the traditional structure a trendy, luxurious feel. Beyond the glass wall was a sprawling wooden deck with an incredible view. After checking in at the reception desk, a staff member escorted us to our reserved private room. We walked along the sunlit deck until we reached a cozy cabin. As soon as the door opened, a fresh, grassy scent greeted us. The room was about 8 tatami mats in size, with a weathered wooden table and chairs. Through the window, a terrace stretched out, where 2 wooden hot spring tubs sat side by side. The soothing sound of water pouring into the tubs echoed softly into the room. Wow, this place has such a great vibe, Izumi cheered, running inside. She dragged Aoi-san to the window, and the two stood there admiring the hot spring tubs. I had to agree with Izumi, this private open-air bath had an amazing atmosphere. The location, combined with the exterior and interior of the cabin, was clearly designed with an emphasis on wood. The rustic aesthetic, nestled within the forest, gave the place a secluded, almost secret hideaway vibe. It was the perfect hidden gem for those in the know. Honestly, it felt a bit too luxurious for a group of high school students. All right, let's get in the hot spring, Izumi declared excitedly. Yeah. Aoi-san nodded with a smile. We'll go change in the bathroom, so you guys get ready here, okay? With that, the two of them disappeared into the bathroom. Left behind, I exchanged a glance with Eiji as we started undressing. Now that we were here, I couldn't help but think, was this really okay? Sure, there was no risk of being seen by other guests, but the idea of boys and girls sharing a bath at our age still felt like a line we shouldn't cross. Even though we'd be wearing towels, accidents could happen. A slip here or there, and, well, there was no way to avoid such thoughts. I shook my head, trying desperately to banish my wayward imagination, but it was no use. Fine. If an accident did happen, I'd just have to call it even with my own towel mishap. Equal exchange. What's wrong, Akira? Eiji asked, already prepared with a towel wrapped around his waist. Oh, nothing. Why was he so calm about this? Should we head in first? Yeah, let's do that. We stepped out onto the terrace, rinsed ourselves with the shower water, and slipped into separate hot spring tubs. The warmth of the spring enveloped me, and an involuntary sound escaped my lips. The water felt a bit hot at first, but I quickly adjusted. Its slightly thick, silky texture clung to my skin, making the warmth feel even more satisfying. Compared to our usual bath at home, this was on a whole other level of relaxation. Just as the soothing effects of the hot spring began to calm my earlier excitement. We're here. Izumi's voice rang out from behind, loud enough to echo through the surrounding forest. In an instant, my barely subdued thoughts came flooding back, and my tension spiked to its peak. Trying to maintain a calm facade, I turned around, only to be met with an unexpected sight. What's with those outfits? Aoi-san and Izumi were standing there, wearing something that looked like long, modest dresses. These are uemiji, they're special clothes for bathing in hot springs, Izumi explained cheerfully. Note, a uemiji is a bathing suit worn in Japanese onsen, or hot springs. Apparently, Izumi-san bought one for me too, Aoi-san added, a little shyly. Hearing that, I remembered the conversation they had before. When Izumi mentioned the mixed bath, Aoi-san didn't seem to object. It must have been because Izumi assured her they'd be wearing uemiji. And now I realized why Eiji hadn't opposed the idea either. He must have known about this all along. When I glanced at him, he simply smirked knowingly. I trusted you, you traitor. Don't tell me, Akira-kun. Were you expecting something different? Izumi teased. Of course not. I shouted back. Of course, I was. What kind of high school guy wouldn't? My hopes and dreams had been crushed. This Uemiji thing was even more modest than swimsuits. There was barely any skin showing. In fact, they revealed less than some summer outfits. What was I supposed to do with all these pent-up feelings? We're coming in, Izumi announced as they approached the hot spring. After rinsing herself off at the hot spring, Izumi promptly jumped into the tub where Eiji was sitting. Wait a second. This tub is clearly designed for 2 people, not nearly big enough for 3. If Izumi was sharing the same tub as Eiji, then that meant... Excuse me. Why yeah. Go ahead. Aoi-san, looking embarrassed, carefully slid into the tub I was already in. Seriously, Eiji, did you plan this? Is that why you chose the other tub? I shot a glance at him, only to see him nodding approvingly with the serene expression of a Buddha. I take it back, Eiji. You're not a traitor. I always believed in you. This is really nice, Aoi-san murmured softly. Why yeah, it is, I stammered, my heart racing. Even though she was wearing a Uemiji, her shoulders were bare, her hair was tied up, and her nape was fully visible. At this distance, how could I not notice? Sorry if I dashed your expectations, but this should make up for it, right? Izumi teased from the other tub. What? I wasn't expecting anything in the first place. Liar. Of course, this makes up for it. This is absolutely fine. In my head, I couldn't stop shouting Izumi, you genius. I take back every time I called you and Eiji a dumb couple. Soaking in a hot spring really washes away all that exam stress, Izumi sighed, placing a towel on her head like an old man. We should come here every time exams are over, Eiji suggested. Eiji-kun, you're so right. Let's do that. Izumi agreed enthusiastically. Well, summer break is right around the corner. I guess the next time will be after the midterms in the second term, Eiji added. Summer break, huh? I repeated quietly. It hit me that it had already been a month since Aoi-san started living with me. There were only 2 weeks left of the first term. What's wrong, Akira? Eiji asked. It's nothing. I was just thinking that it's kind of a shame the term is ending so soon, I admitted. Why? Aren't you excited for summer break? It's not that. It's just, now that Aoi-san's situation is improving, it feels like we're finally making progress. Having to pause for summer break feels like a waste. If we had more time, things might be different. That makes sense, Eiji nodded. You want to solidify things before the long break. Exactly. Aoi-san had finally started building relationships with our classmates and was working to improve how the teachers saw her. It felt like we were just getting somewhere, and now everything might come to a halt. There was no guarantee all that progress would still be there after the break. And that wasn't the only thing weighing on me. Every day spent helping Aoi-san also meant one less day before my eventual move. The realization of that ticking clock constantly loomed over me. It wasn't that I still had the second and third terms left, it was that I only had the second and third terms left. Even though there were 8 months until my move, if I excluded the long breaks, I only had 5 months of actual time remaining. That thought filled me with a creeping sense of urgency. Don't worry so much. You'll still be able to see your classmates during the break. Plan some outings with everyone, and don't forget, the volunteer activities will continue through summer too. Leave it to me, Izumi said with a grin. Thanks, Izumi. I really owed her for everything. She'd practically been managing all of it for us. I don't need your thanks. I'm doing this because I want to. Even so, I mean it. Thank you. Say that one more time, and I'll deck you, she said, pouting for some reason. Why was she annoyed when I was genuinely grateful? Akira, I get why you feel responsible, Eiji interjected, pacifying Izumi. You're the one who reached out to help, so you feel like it's all on you. And you don't want to burden us more than you already have. But you should know, Izumi and I feel the same way you do. The same way. We're helping because we care, not because you asked us or because we're classmates. We genuinely want to. Aoi-san isn't just important to you anymore, she's important to us too. She's our friend. Eiji. If you understand that, then you don't need to keep thanking us. Exactly. Izumi nodded vigorously in agreement. Eiji's words reminded me of something he'd said before. People fundamentally can't understand each other. No matter how close you are or how much time you spend together, you can't understand someone's feelings unconditionally. That's why it's important to communicate and maintain relationships with those who matter. I hadn't realized just how much Eiji and Izumi valued Aoi-san until now. Feeling excessive gratitude or guilt toward them would be disrespectful to their feelings. So, instead of saying it aloud again, I whispered a silent thank you in my heart. Aoi-san, is there anywhere you want to go during summer break? Eiji asked. Me? Aoi-san thought seriously for a moment. After a while, she smiled shyly and said, as long as I'm with everyone, I'm fine with anywhere. Akira-kun, move over. Ha! Izumi climbed out of the tub she'd been sharing with Eiji and marched toward us. Grabbing my arm, she unceremoniously yanked me out of the water, took my place, and hugged Aoi-san tightly. Aoi-san, you're such a sweet girl. Let's go everywhere together during summer break. Thank you, Aoi-san replied, flustered by Izumi's enthusiastic embrace. Aoi-san, you're so soft and comfy, Izumi declared, snuggling even closer, much to Aoi-san's embarrassment. Watching the scene unfold from the tub I now shared with Eiji, I decided not to complain about being kicked out of my spot. Instead, we all enjoyed the hot spring to the fullest. When we got too warm, we'd take breaks, switch tubs, and even relax on the terrace. Immersed in the luxury of soaking in the hot spring surrounded by nature, we vowed to return before leaving the facility. It was relaxing, rewarding, and gave me insight into how much Eiji and Izumi truly cared. This trip had been worth it, and I felt ready to take on summer break with renewed determination. I was feeling pretty satisfied about everything, but at the time, I failed to notice the emotions Aoi-san was quietly harboring. After we finished soaking in the hot springs, we spent some time relaxing in the lobby, cooling down with ice cream in hand. That was such a great hot spring, I said. Yeah, it really was, Aoi-san replied as we sat next to each other, letting the ice cream cool our flushed faces. While milk is the classic post-bath drink, ice cream wasn't a bad choice either. So, Izumi, what's the plan for after this? I asked. I was thinking, we could visit a shrine for some divine help. What? Divine help? Izumi always had a knack for throwing out unexpected ideas. As I stared at her in confusion, I stopped myself, realizing this wasn't the first time she'd said something odd out of nowhere. Akira-kun, as someone who moves around a lot, you probably wouldn't know, but this area is home to a famous tourist spot. There's a shrine nearby that's been registered as a UNESCO World Heritage Site. It's a staple for tourists, not just Japanese, but also foreigners, and a popular power spot. I think I've heard of it. I've wanted to visit for a while, but I thought it'd be more fun to go with everyone. Sure, let's check it out. Might as well make the most of the trip. It was probably more of Izumi's personal interest than anything else, but if it was as renowned as she said, it was worth a visit. Besides, praying for guidance wasn't a bad idea considering the challenges ahead. After finishing our ice cream, we returned to the station and boarded the train to our next destination. Section. This place is huge, I muttered in or when we arrived. We entered through the main path, passing under a massive stone torii gate, and were greeted by an expansive shrine ground. According to the guide map, this wasn't just a single shrine, there were multiple structures spread across the site. It apparently took an average of 2 hours to see everything. The scale was mind-blowing. The towering cedar trees that shaded the area made it surprisingly cool despite the early summer heat. The mystical atmosphere was palpable, befitting its reputation as a power spot. This place is incredible, I said, unable to fully put my thoughts into words. It really is. I can't believe something like this is so close by, Aoi-san said, her voice tinged with awe. Come on, don't just stand there. Let's go. Izumi called from up ahead. Yeah, I replied, following her lead. As expected of a popular tourist destination, the place was bustling. The number of foreign visitors was almost as high as the locals, which surprised me. We continued along a gentle slope, passing by a 5-storied pagoda on the left, until a grand structure, presumably the main shrine, came into view. After paying the admission fee at the entrance, we walked further and finally reached the main shrine building. "Do we pray here?" I asked. "We can, but the place I want to visit is beyond this," Izumi replied. Beyond. Past the main shrine, a long flight of stone stairs stretched endlessly into the distance. "Are we climbing all this?" "Yep. It's only 200 steps, so let's get going." "Only 200 steps." Eiji and Izumi took off energetically, leaving me and Aoi-san to follow behind. But it wasn't long before I noticed Aoi-san slowing down. "Aoi-san, are you okay?" I asked. "Why yeah, I'm fine," she said with a strained smile that clearly said otherwise. No wonder these stairs were steep and unrelenting. You don't need to push yourself to match their pace. Let's take it slow together. "Okay. Thanks." I offered her my hand, and after a moment of hesitation, she took it. It was then that I realized what I'd just done. Why am I casually holding her hand? I didn't have any ulterior motives, honestly. I just wanted to help her. But the moment I felt how soft her hand was, my composure shattered. When was the last time I held a girl's hand? Probably back in elementary school during a folk dance. I still remembered being paired with a girl who disliked me, and she made a face the entire time while barely holding my fingertips. Great, now that memory was resurfacing. "Is something wrong?" Aoi-san asked, tilting her head slightly. "Oh, no. I was just worried you might not be comfortable holding hands." "What?" Her face turned red as she seemed to realize the situation. "No, I don't mind." I see." I felt her grip tighten slightly. "Your hand is so warm, Akira-kun." "Ah really? Must be because I've been climbing," I said, unable to admit it was from nerves. But in a way, this moment was replacing my childhood memory of awkward hand-holding with something far better. By the time we reached the top, I wasn't just physically tired, I was mentally drained from the tension. Catching my breath, I noticed Eiji and Izumi waving us over from a distance. "Sorry for the wait," I said. "It's fine. But, did you two just hold hands all the way up?" Izumi asked with a mischievous grin. "Well, that's because Aoi-san was struggling, so I just helped her," I stammered. "Yeah, it wasn't anything significant," Aoi-san added quickly. We hurriedly let go of each other's hands and started making excuses. "Don't worry about it. Now come on, check this out," Izumi said, pointing further ahead. That single moment felt like such a significant event to me, yet I failed to notice the emotions Aoi-san was silently holding. Following Izumi's lead, we came across a single, ancient cedar tree. "What's this?" I asked, staring at the tree in confusion. The cedar's trunk had been cleanly cut about 10 meters above the ground, leaving no branches. Half of the trunk was hollow, giving the impression it had withered away. Yet, on closer inspection, small new branches were sprouting from parts of the trunk, adorned with fresh green leaves. Despite its appearance, the tree was far from dead. Its resilience was astounding. A thick sacred rope wrapped around it marked it as a goshinboku, a sacred tree. Note: every Shinto shrines has a sacred tree called goshinboku. It is well known for its magical power and physical strength when you touches it. A crowd of people surrounded the tree, hands clasped in prayer. "This tree is over 600 years old," Izumi explained. "It's called the Kanao Sugi." "Kanao Sugi?" I echoed. "They say that if you pray to this tree, your wishes will come true." Izumi's expression softened as she looked at the tree with a seriousness she rarely showed. Her face, usually brimming with cheer, now carried a fleeting, fragile look. "I've wanted to come here for a long time, but I never found the right time," she admitted. "Why not?" I asked. I didn't have anything I truly needed to wish for. I mean, sure, you could ask for something small, but this feels like a one-time thing. I didn't want to waste it on something trivial. I decided that I'd only come here when I had a wish I absolutely needed granted. "That's so," Izumi. So, what are you going to wish for? I asked, trying to sound casual. For Aoi-san's future to be bright and happy, she replied. What? The surprised voice didn't come from me, it was Aoi-san. Izumi-san. There's no rule that says your wish has to be about yourself, right? Izumi said, glancing at Aoi-san. It's a pretty vague wish, so it might be hard for the gods to grant, but as long as Aoi-san can live happily every day, that's good enough for me. Izumi closed her eyes, clasping her hands together as if speaking directly to the tree. I'm not very religious, Eiji added, stepping beside her. But if I only had one wish, I'd feel the same way. He clasped his hands together too, his face calm and sincere. You too. There was no way Aoi-san could hold back her emotions. Izumi had used the one chance she had reserved in her heart for Aoi-san's sake. Overwhelmed, tears welled in her eyes. She closed them and clasped her hands together, just as they had. Please, let all our wishes come true. I wasn't sure how long we stayed like that, but after a while, I heard the faint sound of someone sniffling. Opening my eyes, I glanced to my side. Aoi-san was crying quietly, a single tear rolling down her cheek as she prayed. Section. Afterward, we stopped by the shrine's shop and bought charms modeled after the Kanao-sugi. They were keychain-like charms with small bells attached to a stylized cedar tree. We all decided to attach them to our bags and keep them there until Aoi-san's problems were resolved. We spent some more time exploring the grounds before leaving the shrine. On our way back, we stopped at a souvenir shop, then boarded the train home. Izumi, Eiji, and Aoi-san, worn out from the day, quickly fell asleep. Left alone, I stared out the train window, watching the scenery blur by. If only days like this could last forever. But I knew that was a wish that could never come true. Even if Aoi-san's problems were solved, my future meant parting ways with everyone. That thought hit me with a sharp pang in my chest. When did this start? I'd always been used to moving and the shallow relationships that came with it. I had come to accept it. Yet now, the idea of transferring schools filled me with dread. Meeting Eiji again, becoming friends with Izumi, they had already made me reluctant to leave. But until recently, I hadn't felt this strong, clear sense of not wanting to go. My gaze drifted to Aoi-san, who was leaning against my shoulder, her face serene as she slept. That's it. It all started when Aoi-san moved in with me. I wasn't sure if it was a sense of responsibility or something else, but I realized now that I didn't want our time together to end. Recognizing that brought a new weight to my chest, a mix of sadness and longing. I exhaled a deep sigh, trying to push down the swirl of emotions. Looking out the window again, the sunset seemed different. Someday, I knew I'd see a sunset like this and think back to today. That thought made the fiery red sky, so beautiful now, feel unbearably lonely. Chapter 7: What It Means to Support Someone. A few days passed, and the first semester was down to its final week. Thanks to over a month of steady effort to clear up misunderstandings about Aoi-san, she had become much more integrated into the class. She was no longer isolated like before. This was largely due to her own determination and Izumi's tireless support, but the timing had also worked in their favor. Relationships among classmates in the first semester of high school weren't yet fully cemented. As for how the teachers viewed her, the results of the exams would be the deciding factor. All subjects would be returned soon, and I couldn't help but feel nervous about whether we'd meet our initial goals. Akira-kun, sorry for the wait, Aoi-san said, walking up to me. Oh, no problem. You did great today, I replied. It was a day like any other, with the exam results looming just ahead. I had been waiting outside the cafe where Aoi-san worked, having been invited by Izumi to visit her after school. Not finding a reason to refuse, I tagged along. As expected, we ended up staying until closing time. Just for the record, I wasn't there to see Aoi-san in her uniform again. It wasn't because I liked the long skirt style or had any untoward thoughts about it. Well, that was the official story. Let's head home, I said. Yeah, she replied. We started walking side by side. It's hard to believe it's almost time for the closing ceremony, I remarked. Yeah. It feels like the semester flew by, she said softly. Really does, I agreed. Just a month and a half ago, I never imagined my life would turn out like this. It felt both recent and like a distant memory, an oddly contradictory sensation. Summer break is already looking busy, but I hope we can enjoy it, I said. Me too, she replied with a gentle smile. We continued chatting idly as we walked home, the atmosphere light and comfortable. But as we approached the house, I noticed something unusual. The lights are on. Did I forget to turn them off? No, I hadn't even turned them on this morning. Could Hiyori have stopped by again? Thinking nothing of it, I opened the door and headed to the living room. Hiyori, if you're here, you should at least. My words caught in my throat as I froze in place. Welcome home, Akira, said my mother, waving at me from the sofa with her familiar smile. Mom, what are you doing here? A cold sweat ran down my back. I was worried about how you were doing, so I decided to come check on you. Worried? It's only been 10 days or so since Hiyori came to visit. The plan was that Hiyori would manage things on the parents' end. Even if she couldn't stop Mom from coming, she would have given me a heads up. The lack of warning meant, could Hiyori have told her about Aoi-san? What's wrong, Akira? Mom asked. And nothing, I stammered. Good. Then, would you mind introducing the young lady beside you? She said with a calm smile that gave nothing away. No. Hiyori wouldn't betray me. She wasn't the type to break a promise, even to our parents. This had to be an unexpected move, even for her. At least until I knew why Mom was here, there was no need to reveal the truth. What do I do? What does Mom know? How do I explain this? If it got out that Aoi-san and I were living together, everything would fall apart. Everything I'd done for her would be for nothing. She'd lose her place here, and I couldn't let that happen. If I had to risk something, it couldn't be that. In that case, there was only one option. As she's my girlfriend, please, let this work. I hated the idea of my mum thinking I had a girlfriend and was sneaking her into the house while the family was away, but it was better than the alternative. Much better than letting her find out about us living together. Oh my, Akira, that's wonderful. Mom said, her reaction completely at odds with my panicked state. Why yeah. Thanks, I muttered, trying to play along. Mom, apparently overjoyed, clapped her hands together like a child and beamed. It's perfectly natural at your age to have a girlfriend, but to think my Akira would be dating such a lovely young lady, this is such a proud moment for me. Her innocent joy made my stomach churn with guilt. Come on now, don't just stand there. Sit down and properly introduce her to me, she urged, patting the sofa. I glanced at Aoi-san, signaling her to follow my lead. Understanding the situation, she gave a small nod. We sat down together, facing Mom. Can I ask your name? Mom inquired warmly. Yes, my name is Aoi Sorotome, she said politely. Aoi-san, what a beautiful name. I always knew the day would come when Akira found someone special, but I never imagined he'd be with such a beautiful young lady. This is such a touching moment for me, Mom said, clutching her chest and smiling warmly. Seeing how happy Mom was filled me with guilt. But I reminded myself that there were things more important than guilt right now and decided to play along. We're in the same class. We got close through that, I said. Oh, I see. When did you two start dating? Around the beginning of last month, I replied, trying to sound casual. Oh my, you're right in the honeymoon phase, Mom said with a grin. Yeah, I guess, I nodded. Mom's flood of questions didn't let up. She took turns asking me and Aoi-san about our supposed relationship. So, who confessed first? She asked. Technically, I did, I said. And how did you confess? See, come on, Mom, there's no way I'm telling you that, I protested. Oh, don't be like that. Just a little hint, maybe, she teased. Nope. Talking about my love life with my mom is a nightmare scenario. You're so mean. Well, maybe I'll just ask Aoi-san instead, she said mischievously. Wait, hold on. So, Aoi-san, what do you like about Akira? She asked directly. You are. Aoi-san stammered, clearly flustered, her gaze darting around. Being too honest for her own good, Aoi-san wasn't the best at lying. Even though she knew she had to act the part of my girlfriend, she wasn't the type to come up with something on the spot. Just say something safe, I silently pleaded. Even if it's not as a boyfriend, just as a friend. All of him, she finally said. Wait, what? That was unexpected. Yet, it felt more genuine than if she'd given a contrived list of things she liked about me. And hey, people say that when you love someone, you love everything about them, right? Or so I've heard. But then, to my horror, she continued. Like how his tone is always gentle when he talks to me, or how he always smiles when we make eye contact, or how he listens to my feelings. When we walk together, he always takes the side of the road, and he cooks the most delicious meals. Aoi-san began listing everything about me with startling sincerity. Not only that, she continued, when I was isolated at school with no friends, Akira-kun helped me make wonderful friends. He's always stayed by my side to help me with my studies. Without him, I don't know where I'd be right now. Her words carried an uncharacteristic intensity, full of raw emotion. He's always so kind to me. I can't even begin to express how much I'm grateful for him. I can't do anything for him or give anything back. I've only been a burden. Even as she listed my good points, it was clear her feelings of guilt loomed beneath her words. I'm sorry for rambling so much, Aoi-san finally said, bowing her head. No need to apologize. It's clear how much you care about Akira, Mom said gently, her expression warm. Listening to you too reminds me of when your father and I first met, Mom added, smiling fondly. When you and Dad met? I asked, genuinely surprised. Your father wasn't always so good with people, Mom began. Back when I worked at a company, he joined as a new hire in my department. He was aloof, terrible at socializing, and quickly isolated himself. But he was diligent, talented, and hard-working, which made others jealous. People would say they couldn't figure him out, and even his mentor had a hard time managing him. I could hardly believe what I was hearing. The father I knew was a strong, compassionate man who connected with people effortlessly. He was always there to help neighbors, co-workers, and even me and Hiyori. Mom continued, I couldn't just leave him like that, so I volunteered to be his mentor. I started bridging the gap between him and the others. As I got to know him, I realized he was just painfully shy. Once I helped him open up, he started earning the trust and respect of his peers. That's hard to imagine, I admitted. Eventually, he started taking on important roles and earning promotions. Now, he even thanks me for helping him back then. But I remember how he always used to apologize, saying, sorry for being such a bother. Her words made me wonder what had made Dad's I'm sorry change into thank you. It's just an old story about an overly meddlesome senior and a shy junior. But one thing is certain, he wasn't a burden to me, and I never thought of him as one. I'm sure it's the same for you and Aoi-san. Of course, I said. Mom nodded with satisfaction. Then she turned to Aoi-san. So, Aoi-san, she began kindly, please don't think you're a burden. Aoi-san looked down, her expression conflicted. As his mother, I don't know how Akira acts with friends or a girlfriend. But if everything you've said about him is true, then I'm proud of the son I've raised. The word proud hit me harder than I expected. My chest grew warm with emotion. And you, Aoi-san, Mom continued, being able to sincerely appreciate someone's kindness and feel regret about not being able to return it, that's proof of your own kindness. I'm so glad Akira has someone like you by his side. Thank you, Aoi-san murmured, her voice trembling as she bowed her head. Her expression still carried a trace of sadness, and I could tell Mom noticed it too. That evening, we shared a meal Mom had prepared before leaving. Aoi-san, initially nervous, gradually began to open up. Mom wasn't as overtly charming as Izumi, but her gentle demeanor and efforts to make Aoi-san comfortable were clear. After dinner, Mom washed the dishes and began to pack her things to leave. Mom, are you heading back now? I asked. Yes. That was always the plan, and I can still catch the last train, she replied casually. I see, I murmured. Though I had asked, I knew I couldn't stop her. If she stayed the night, there would be no way to hide Aoi-san's presence in the house. Akira, would you walk me to the door? Mom asked. Of course, I replied. Aoi-san, it was lovely meeting you. Take care, she said with a warm smile. Yes. Thank you for everything, Aoi-san replied, bowing politely. Mom waved at her and left the living room. I followed her out of the house and stopped at the entrance to speak with her. Mom, can you not tell Dad about this? Oh, of course. There's no way I could mention that my son is living with a girl, she replied, almost teasingly. Wait, what? I froze, blindsided by her unexpected response. There's no need to hide it. I'm not angry, you know, she said with a calm expression. Did Hiyori tell you? I asked hesitantly. She didn't. And for her sake, let me make it clear that she didn't say a word, Mom clarified. Then, how did you figure it out? After Hiyori visited you, I noticed a slight change in her demeanor. It made me curious, so I decided to come check things out myself. Your father hasn't noticed anything, though, she explained. So that's why Hiyori didn't call me. I felt a pang of guilt for doubting her, even for a moment. Still, the fact that Mom picked up on a subtle change in Hiyori's behavior, something most wouldn't notice, spoke volumes about her maternal instincts. It was a reminder that you can't hide much from your parents. But how did you figure out that we're living together? I asked cautiously. I thought I'd tidy up the house a bit before you got home. That's when I noticed some of Aoi-san's belongings in Hiyori's old room. There were women's shampoo bottles in the bathroom and other small traces. Once I saw those, it all clicked into place, she said matter-of-factly. I see, I muttered, recalling how Hiyori had caught on to Aoi-san's presence with a single strand of hair. Aoi-san is such a lovely girl, Mom said with a soft smile. Yeah, she really is, I replied sincerely. But she also seems like someone who's walking a very precarious path, Mom continued, her expression clouding with concern. I won't ask about her circumstances. But a teenage girl living in someone else's home isn't something that happens without serious reasons. Any adult would understand that. I think so too, I said, my voice trailing off. Her overwhelming sense of guilt of thinking she's a burden likely stems from the environment she grew up in. But, Akira, Mom said, her smile fading. Do you understand what you've taken on here? Her sudden shift to seriousness felt like she was testing my resolve. It wasn't often I saw Mom like this, and it made me realize how important this moment was. Yes, I understand, I said firmly. Supporting someone else comes with responsibilities. I knew that the moment I brought Aoi-san home that rainy day. Even so, I want to do everything I can for her, I continued, putting all my sincerity into my words. It wasn't just for Mom's benefit, it was to reaffirm my own determination. If you're prepared to shoulder that responsibility, I won't say anything more. I'll keep this from your father, so do your best, Mom said, her expression softening back into a smile. Thank you, I said. She turned to leave, but after taking a few steps, she stopped and looked back at me. By the way, do you plan on dating Aoi-san? She asked. What? Wait, you knew we weren't actually dating? I stammered. Well, of course. Watching her, it's obvious, Mom replied with a sly grin. I've been a woman for over 40 years, you know. The way Aoi-san looks at you is more about deep trust than romantic affection. Though I don't think that's the whole story. Whether it was intuition or the insight of a fellow woman, Mom's words carried a weight that made me pause. You're not planning to date her, she pressed. It's not like that, I said, feeling cornered. I see. I thought maybe your reason for helping her was more boyish. But I won't pry. Just make sure you think carefully about your feelings. At the very least, don't pretend not to notice them and end up regretting it, she said, her tone half advisory, half playful. With that, she gave me one last small smile before leaving. I stood there, watching her disappear into the night. Then, my phone buzzed in my pocket. Glancing at the screen, I saw Hiyori's name. Hey, what's up? Mom might have gone over to your place, Hiyori said, her voice steady but with a faint trace of urgency. Yeah, she was here. She just left. Oh, I see. I thought as much since she hasn't come home yet. Are you okay? Yeah. She found out about me and Aoi-san living together, but it's fine. She'll probably tell you the details, I said, keeping my tone light. Sorry. I wasn't able to stop her, she said, her voice tinged with regret. Don't be. I'm just glad you called to check on me, I replied with a small smile. I'll call you again soon. Wait, one more thing, I said quickly. What is it? Did Izumi contact you? Yeah. She mentioned the transfer. I told her everything, Hiyori replied. I see. Thanks. And sorry for making you hold off on telling her. It's fine. I understand why you wanted to wait, she said before hanging up. Once again, I found myself grateful for my perceptive and dependable little sister. As the cool night breeze brushed past me, I thought about what lay ahead, unaware that Aoi-san had been listening to my entire conversation from behind the door. Section. And that wraps up the final test results. As soon as the class ended, we surrounded Aoi-san's desk, holding our breath. Aoi-san had managed to avoid failing marks on all her tests so far. While her scores hadn't reached the average in any subject, they were close enough, a significant improvement given the short study period we'd had. This was a testament to her hard work and dedication. Now, all that remained was the result of this final test. Although she had already avoided failing the rest, achieving a clean slate with no failing marks would solidify the positive impression she'd been working to build with the teachers. Aoi-san, how did you do? I asked, glancing at Izumi, who had her hands clasped in prayer. Aoi-san held up her test paper, half hiding her face behind it. Whoa! Written in red ink was her score, 63 points. We did it! Izumi cried out, throwing herself onto Aoi-san in celebration. Her voice was so loud that the other students turned to stare, but I could hardly blame her. I wanted to cheer just as much. Well done, Aoi-san, I said with a grin. Thank you. It's all thanks to you guys, Aoi-san replied, her face glowing with relief as she hugged Izumi back. Eiji and I both let out deep sighs of relief, sharing the same sense of accomplishment. Aoi-san, you worked so hard. I hope this changes the teacher's impressions of you, Eiji said. It has to. A student who was nearly failing everything in the midterms just scored this well. There's no way they won't take notice, Eiji added confidently. I nodded, hoping for the same outcome. Oh, speaking of teacher impressions, Izumi began, still clinging to Aoi-san. Do you remember that child welfare facility we visited? The director reached out to the supervising teacher to thank Aoi-san. Really? I asked, intrigued. Yeah. Apparently, they heard about how Aoi-san has been finding time to visit that little girl she made a promise to. The director was so touched that they called the teacher to express their gratitude. That's amazing, I said, a genuine smile spreading across my face. It was heartening to know that someone had noticed and appreciated her efforts. With this, I'd say we've achieved nearly everything we set out to do, right? Izumi said. Yeah, I agreed. Truthfully, things had gone even better than I'd imagined. Although there was still the lingering issue of Aoi-san's living situation, everything else had progressed smoothly. We had successfully improved her relationships with her classmates, and her test scores would undoubtedly enhance her reputation with the teachers. Plus, Izumi had already arranged plans for Aoi-san to continue socializing and volunteering during the summer break, so there was little risk of her progress regressing. The one unresolved issue, however, was her living situation. For now, though, I decided to set that aside and enjoy this moment of celebration. In any case, this means no remedial classes during summer break, Izumi declared. That's right, I said with a nod. In that case, let's have a celebration, Izumi exclaimed. Didn't we just go to a hot spring for that exact reason? I countered. That was to celebrate finishing the exams. This is to celebrate the results, she argued, puffing out her chest proudly. It feels like you're just looking for an excuse to party, I said, giving her a skeptical look. I won't deny it, but don't you think Aoi-san deserves to be celebrated properly? I couldn't argue with that. Aoi-san's hard work deserved recognition, and I wanted to make sure she felt appreciated, perhaps because I suspected she hadn't had many opportunities like this in the past. All right, let's do it. My place after school? I suggested. Perfect. Izumi cheered. That works for me. With that, we decided to have our second celebration that afternoon. Watching the three of them smile, I began to plan how to tackle Aoi-san's living situation over the summer break. Section. Once again, congratulations, Aoi-san, for avoiding failing marks, Izumi exclaimed as the sound of party poppers filled the room. The table was piled with snacks, drinks, and, of course, a mountain of Aoi-san's favorite pudding. Thank you, everyone, Aoi-san said, smiling. Now you can enjoy summer break to the fullest, Izumi declared. Yeah, Aoi-san replied softly. Was it just me, or did her smile seem a little strained? So, where should we go this summer? Izumi continued, her excitement palpable. The beach, the pool, maybe a cool mountain retreat, or why not all three? We've got plenty of time. Well, about that, I said, cutting into her enthusiasm. Izumi tilted her head curiously. I was thinking we could use the summer break to search for Aoi-san's grandmother, I said. Izumi and Eiji both stopped to listen intently. With Izumi's help, Aoi-san has built good relationships with her classmates. Volunteering and her improved test scores have done wonders for her reputation with the teachers. So we've made great progress on the initial issues, but we can't ignore the biggest problem, her living situation. Summer break is the perfect time to focus on finding her grandmother. I see, Izumi said, her expression growing serious. But how do we even start? That's the issue, I admitted. I don't have a clear plan yet. All I know is that we need to use the time we have. Why not turn it into an adventure? Eiji suggested. An adventure? I echoed, puzzled. Yeah, Aoi-san doesn't know exactly where her grandmother lives, right? But it's likely somewhere in this prefecture. So why not explore every city and town while we're at it? We can visit new places, and something might jog Aoi-san's memory. Who knows? We might stumble upon a familiar spot, Eiji explained. That's actually not a bad idea, I admitted, mulling it over. That might actually be a good idea. Just like how meeting Aoi-san had brought back memories of my first crush, revisiting familiar landscapes or scenery might trigger her own recollections. At the very least, it's better than sitting around, unsure of what to do. What do you think, Aoi-san? I asked. She gave a small nod but hesitated. Thank you for thinking so much about me, but I'd feel bad if I ended up taking up everyone's summer vacation. Don't say that, Izumi interjected before I could. If we find something while having fun, then it's a win-win, right? And don't say stuff like feeling bad. We're friends, and helping out friends is what we do. Right, Akira? Well, calling it a win-win might sound a bit off, but yeah, I agree. Don't feel bad about it. Honestly, we're all kind of enjoying this in our own way. And like Izumi said, we're friends, no need to hold back. Thank you, really. Even so, Aoi-san's smile still carried traces of guilt, similar to how she looked when we first met. Well, if that's decided, let's start planning right away. We've got a month, but just wandering aimlessly won't cut it. Let's narrow down potential locations based on Aoi-san's memories first, Izumi suggested. Good idea. With that, we pulled up a map app on our phones and began brainstorming potential areas to visit. This summer would probably be a whirlwind of activity, but something told me it would also be incredibly fulfilling. Section. Later that night, after Eiji and Izumi left, Aoi-san and I finished dinner and took our baths. By the time we settled in the living room to relax, the clock's hands had already passed 11. It was getting late. Aoi-san, let's call it a night, I said. Ah. Yeah, she replied, but her voice sounded hesitant. What's wrong? I asked. It's nothing, she said, her tone unconvincing. Her expression seemed unusually stiff, like she was deep in thought or nervous. If something's bothering you, I'm here to listen, I offered. Thanks, but I'm fine, she said with a small shake of her head. Standing up, she followed me out of the living room. Good night, she said softly at her bedroom door. Good night, I replied before heading to my own room and lying down on the bed. What was that about? Aoi-san seemed so tense, but she was fine earlier when Eiji and Izumi were around. I couldn't think of anything specific that might have caused it. If she still seemed off tomorrow, I'd make sure to talk to her about it. These thoughts lingered as I slowly drifted into sleep. Just as I was about to fall into a deep slumber, a strange warmth against my back jolted me awake. Confused, I opened my eyes and turned to see what it was. Aoi-san. Even in the dim light of the room, I could make out her figure lying beside me, clinging to my back. Aoi-san, what are you doing? I whispered, my heart racing. She said nothing, staying quiet. What's going on? Why is she in my bed? My thoughts were spinning, trying to process the surreal scene. It's okay, she muttered suddenly. What's okay? I asked, unsure of what she meant. You can use it. What Izumi gave you, she said softly. What? Her meaning was clear. She was referring to that, the thing Izumi had teasingly left with me during our trip. Aoi-san, are you serious right now? This had to be a dream, some bizarre fabrication of my subconscious fueled by my wild imagination. Desperate to prove it wasn't real, I pinched my arm under the covers, only to be met with a dull pain that confirmed the situation was very real. I can't do much to repay you, she continued, her voice trembling slightly. But I can at least do this. Hearing those words, I felt a wave of clarity wash over me, snapping me out of my confusion. Sitting up, I turned to face her. Aoi-san, you don't have to repay me. Am I not enough? She asked, her voice wavering. In the faint moonlight, her expression twisted with anguish. Of course not. That's not what I mean at all, I said firmly. I'd be lying if I said I didn't find your offer tempting. I'm a guy, after all. But using your body as a way to repay me isn't right. It's not fair to you. She stayed silent. I'm really happy that you want to show me your gratitude, but I'd much rather you focus on valuing yourself more. Like I've said before, I didn't help you because I wanted something in return. Just knowing you're okay is enough for me. Okay, she murmured. I could tell she was still conflicted, but her eyes softened slightly. Her gratitude and determination to repay me were touching, but she had already given me so much without realizing it. Before living with her, I hadn't even known how lonely I was. I didn't know how comforting it could be to have someone around, or how happy it could make me to share even the smallest moments with another person. If not for Aoi-san, I wouldn't have realized how much I'd grown to cherish my current life and how much I dreaded the day it would inevitably change. For someone who had once been used to moving and leaving people behind, this was a revelation. Thank you, Aoi-san, I said quietly, feeling a deep sense of gratitude. For now, that was enough. Realizing that was undoubtedly a blessing, and it was all thanks to Aoi-san. That's why there's no need for her to feel like she has to repay me in any way. Come on, let's get you back to your room, I said gently. Okay, she replied softly. I walked her to her room and made sure she went inside before returning to my own bed. As I lay down, I thought about how I could help ease her sense of guilt. I drifted off to sleep, vowing to find a way to lessen the weight she was carrying. Section. The following day, Aoi-san's behavior seemed completely normal. After what had happened the previous night, I'd worried that things might become awkward between us, that we might become overly self-conscious around each other. But Aoi-san acted as if nothing had happened, carrying on with her usual calm demeanor. Seeing her like that, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. But, in hindsight, there's one thing I can't stop thinking about. Maybe refusing her that night was a mistake. Looking back, I realize now that her actions were a manifestation of her deepest resolve, her way of expressing her determination. I had failed to recognize her courage, brushing it off with what I thought were considerate words. Even if I'd noticed her intent, I still wouldn't have accepted her offer, that much is certain. But I could have at least acknowledged her feelings. If I had taken her emotions seriously and responded in kind, things might have been different. Age's words echoed in my mind. The more important something is, the more it needs to be talked about. I'd become complacent, thinking I understood Aoi-san completely. In doing so, I'd neglected the effort it takes to truly communicate. Regret always comes too late. A few days later, the day of the closing ceremony. As usual, I left for school earlier than Aoi-san, planning to wait for her arrival. But no matter how long I waited, Aoi-san never showed up. Chapter 8: The Hidden Truths We Kept from Each Other. Akira-kun, where's Aoi-san? On the morning of the closing ceremony, Izumi asked with a worried expression. I don't know. She should be here soon, though. The start of class was approaching, but Aoi-san had yet to arrive at school. Normally, I would leave the house first, and Aoi-san would leave a bit later. But this was the first time she hadn't shown up by this time. I wonder what's wrong. Yeah, me too. As we exchanged words, I glanced out the window. The unsettling feeling in my chest must have been due to the pitch-black rain clouds covering the sky. According to the weather forecast, rain was expected in the afternoon, but it looked like it could start pouring at any moment. Did Aoi-san mention anything? Like feeling unwell? No, she didn't say anything like that. She seemed as cheerful as usual. Then has anything unusual happened recently? Unusual. The memory of when Aoi-san tried to give herself to me flashed through my mind. Do you think she might have gotten into an accident? Izumi spoke with a trembling voice, her expression anxious. It's not certain yet, and there's still time. Let's wait a little longer. Yeah, you're right. Trying to calm myself, I checked my phone, but there were no messages. Not only that, the message I had sent earlier hadn't even been marked as read. Eventually, the school bell rang, signaling the start of homeroom, but Aoi-san still didn't show up. I hoped the school had received some kind of notice, but the teacher had no information about why she wasn't there. There was no other explanation except that something had happened. Could it really be, as Izumi said, that she'd been in an accident? Once the thought crossed my mind, a flood of terrible possibilities overwhelmed me. Before I realized it, homeroom had ended, and my classmates were starting to head toward the gym for the closing ceremony. There was no way I could just go along with them. Eiji, Izumi, can I talk to you for a second? I called out to the two as they were about to follow the others. I'm going to look for Aoi-san. I'm skipping the closing ceremony, so could you explain things to the teacher for me? Got it. If you don't find her, let us know. We'll help search after the ceremony. Yeah, I will. Thanks. After quickly explaining, I left the classroom. I hurried out of school and headed straight for home. She was probably just feeling unwell and resting at home. That's why she hadn't noticed my messages. Telling myself that, I reached the house and opened the door. Aoi-san. But there was no response, only the sound of my voice echoing through the empty house. I stepped inside and searched every corner, but there was no sign of her. Even the belongings in her room were gone. The moment I noticed her shoes were missing from the entrance, I had already known she wasn't here. Still, I couldn't stop myself from searching. Aoi-san, where did you go? I checked my phone again, but there was no message from her. Could it be, we'd never see each other again? The moment that thought crossed my mind, a crushing pain and a void overwhelmed me. Realizing my own breath was trembling, I told myself to calm down, but I couldn't control my emotions. My palms grew cold as a blood-draining sensation swept through me. I forced myself to stay calm, downing a glass of water in the kitchen. Taking a deep breath, I glanced around the room and noticed a piece of paper on the living room table. This is. When I picked it up, I realized it was a note from Aoi-san. Thank you for everything. A single sentence, a clear goodbye. Yet, it didn't feel short. Aoi-san, who struggled to express her feelings in words, had poured everything into this one sentence. Swallowing back everything she wanted to say, she left behind only these words. I couldn't help but wonder how many complex emotions lay behind them. She left because I hadn't been able to notice her true feelings. No, this isn't the time to lament. I held myself together as despair threatened to overtake me. If I couldn't understand her, I just had to ask. Just as I hadn't realized her feelings, Aoi-san didn't know mine either. For two people to understand each other, they had to talk. Even if she never came back, I wanted to speak with her one more time. As soon as I made up my mind, strength returned to my legs. I then began running around the city, searching for Aoi-san. The first place I headed was her part-time job. Even though I was certain she wouldn't be there, I couldn't stop myself from hoping. Excuse me. The moment I reached the cafe, I ignored the closed sign and opened the door. The shop manager, noticing me, looked startled. "Akira-kun? What's the matter? You look frantic. Is Aoi-san here?" I didn't even have time to catch my breath. "No, she hasn't come in today, and she isn't scheduled for a shift this afternoon." "Did something happen?" "Aoi-san. She didn't come to school." The hand I was using to prepare paused mid-motion. "Did Aoi-san mention anything to you?" "No, nothing in particular." "I see. All right then. Wait a moment." As I was about to leave the cafe, I was stopped. "I'll help look for her." "No, please stay here. Aoi-san might come by, and if she does, I need you to keep her here." I explained this, quickly scribbling my phone number on a notepad lying nearby. "Here, this is my contact information. Please call me if she shows up." "Understood." After conveying my request briefly, I rushed out of the cafe. From there, it was a matter of sheer desperation. I searched the nearby park where I had first met Aoi-san, the apartment where she had once lived with her mother, the shopping mall where we had gone together. I visited every place I could think of, but Aoi-san was nowhere to be found. The sky remained ominous, and though it was still before noon, it looked as dark as early evening. Just as exhaustion began to take over, and I felt like my legs might give out, my phone suddenly rang. "Eiji." It was a call from Eiji. "Have you found Aoi-san yet?" "No. I found a note at home saying, 'Thank you for everything.' I think she left intending not to come back. I've checked everywhere I could think of, but there's no sign of her." "I see." It seemed he was on speakerphone, as I could hear another sigh beside him. "Izumi must have been with him." "Maybe. She's already left this town," Eiji suggested. "Why would you think that?" "She might be trying to do what we were planning during summer break on her own." "What we had planned during summer break?" "To find the house where her grandmother lived. Aoi-san would only have her grandmother to turn to, after all," Eiji continued. It did seem like a plausible possibility. If that were true, then finding her would be next to impossible. "I don't think so," Izumi interjected firmly. "Aoi-san isn't the type to cut off all her connections and disappear. I think she's probably feeling lost, unsure of what to do. She's likely struggling with her thoughts even now, unable to decide on a solution." I recalled the first time I had met her. Standing alone in the park with nowhere to go, looking lonely and forlorn. "Akira-kun, go find her," Izumi said, her words giving me strength. "Of course I will. No matter how many times it took, I'd find her. No matter how many times she ran away, I'd bring her back. Even if she rejected me or called it selfish, I still wanted to be with her. But I can't think of anywhere else she might be," I admitted. "If she's still in this town, I think she'd go somewhere meaningful to her. People tend to go to places of significance when they feel lost. Unlike you, Akira, Aoi-san has lived in this town her whole life, so she may have memories tied to places you don't know about," Izumi suggested. "A place of significance." Hearing those words brought one place to mind. "Do you know where Aoi-san went to kindergarten?" "I'm not sure. I've only known her since middle school," Izumi replied. "I see. If Aoi-san was visiting places of importance, it had to be that place. She once told me about the boy who had extended a hand to her when she felt isolated. That must be the most memorable place for her." As I was about to decide to search every kindergarten in town, Eiji spoke up. "I know where it is." "Really? Where?" I didn't care how Eiji knew. That wasn't important right now. "I'll send you the address. Akira, good luck." "Thanks, I owe you." After ending the call, I immediately received a message with the address. I opened the map to check the location and froze. No way. The name and location of the kindergarten on the screen were familiar. It was the kindergarten that Eiji and I had attended. Wait, does this mean Aoi-san and I went to the same kindergarten? But now wasn't the time to dwell on that question. Pushing aside the flood of thoughts, I hurried to the kindergarten. On the way there, the rain started to fall. At first, it was just a few drops, but the closer I got to the destination, the heavier it became. By the time I arrived at the kindergarten, The rain was pouring so hard that being without an umbrella wasn't an option. This is it. I caught my breath and scanned the area. It had been 9 years since I last visited this place, since the kindergarten graduation ceremony. I had buried these memories deep down, but standing here again, nostalgia washed over me. The more I looked, the more vividly the memories resurfaced. It seemed to be a holiday, as the lights were off and there were no signs of people. Aoi-san. Walking around the fence that bordered the premises, I spotted Aoi-san standing in front of the courtyard. Seeing her calmed my racing thoughts. I exhaled deeply and opened my umbrella. Quietly, I approached and held the umbrella over her head. Akira-kun? She looked up at me. Her expression was filled with unease, just like the first time we met at the park. If you stand here in the rain without an umbrella, you'll catch a cold. Aoi-san gave a small nod and turned her gaze back toward the kindergarten. This is the kindergarten you attended, Aoi-san? Yes. I wanted to see it one last time. The word last confirmed my suspicion that Aoi-san intended to leave this town. At the same time, I realized something else with certainty. As unlikely as it seemed, Eiji had been right. Aoi-san and I had attended the same kindergarten. If that was the case, then naturally, Aoi-san and I must have met before. Confronting the question I'd set aside while searching for her, I began piecing it together. Perhaps being here, at this place of memories, was what triggered it. Scattered fragments of my own recollections and the stories Aoi-san had shared started connecting in my mind. The conclusion I arrived at was a single possibility. Back when I attended this kindergarten, there was a girl who always stood out to me. Thinking back now, she was likely my first crush. She was always alone, and for some reason, I couldn't stop myself from trying to talk to her. Just as we'd started having small conversations, my father's job transfer forced us apart. Aoi-san had once told me how she was introverted as a child, always spending her time alone. Then, she met a boy who simply stayed by her side. He didn't talk to her or play with her, but his presence alone was a comfort. No, it couldn't be. It wasn't her. I remembered clearly now. That girl's last name was Shinoda. I still couldn't recall her first name, but the name Shinoda on her name tag had stuck with me. Just as I thought I'd figured it all out, my own memories denied the possibility. But in the next moment, I realized I'd overlooked something critical. Could it be? It wasn't impossible. Aoi-san, can I ask you something? What is it? When you were attending this kindergarten, did you have a different last name? Yes. Before my parents divorced, my last name was Shinoda. A shock ran through my body, and the girl's name came rushing back to me. Aoi. I covered my mouth, whispering her name in disbelief. Yes, her name was Shinoda Aoi. A flood of emotions, surprise, nostalgia, and overwhelming realization hit me all at once, leaving me speechless. I had hoped she was doing well somewhere. I had daydreamed, like in a story, that we might meet again someday. But we'd already reunited, long ago. This had to be fate. After the whirlwind of emotions settled, only one thought remained. I didn't want Aoi-san to leave. Aoi-san, let's go home. When I said that, Aoi-san shook her head. I can't go home. Why not? I don't want to burden anyone anymore. Her voice was so weak it almost got drowned out by the rain. You're not a burden. I've never thought of you that way. I know, Akira-kun. I know you don't think that way. I know Eiji-kun and Azuma-san don't think that way either. Then. But the problem is me. Aoi-san bit her lip, her face filled with pain. I know everyone's kindness comes from a good place, and yet I still feel like I'm a burden. Even though I can't give anything in return, I keep taking and taking. Even if everyone says it's okay, I can't bear it. Ah, so that's how she feels. This was Aoi-san's own struggle. She was grateful but couldn't help feeling like a burden. And we, without realizing it, had added to her pain with our kindness. No, that's not right. Aoi-san had told us many times how sorry she was for being a burden. She had even tried to give herself to me to repay it. We just hadn't taken her seriously. This was the result of being so close yet failing to understand her deeply. But I couldn't blame her for that. Knowing her personality, she wouldn't have been able to voice these feelings to the very people trying to help her. Eiji's words came to mind. You can't expect people to always share their true feelings. No matter how much she valued us, no matter how much she wanted to, some things were just too hard to say. Yet, here she was, finally opening up. So I had to say what I'd kept hidden too. What I had come to realize because of her. Even so, I want to be with you, Aoi-san. Akira-kun. What I was about to say might be cruel. I was asking her to stay despite her guilt. But that wasn't what I truly wanted to convey. It's not just for you. I want to be with you, for myself. I was finally ready to voice my true feelings, ones I hadn't even shared with Eiji or Izumi. At first, it was for you. After learning about your circumstances, I wanted to do what I could for you before I had to transfer. But somewhere along the way, that changed. It changed. It wasn't for you anymore. It was for me. For yourself. Aoi-san repeated my words, trying to understand. I'm used to transferring schools. I've always accepted it as inevitable, and I've never felt lonely saying goodbye. But since meeting Eiji and Izumi, and since starting to live with you, every day has been so much fun. I didn't want to leave. I wanted to find a way to keep this life going. Saying it out loud crushed me with emotion. For someone like me, who'd grown used to leaving people behind, it was unthinkable to feel this way. But realizing it now, I know how lucky I am to have experienced it. I forced myself to continue. You say you've given me nothing, but that's not true. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have realized what's truly important. I would have left again without understanding, like always. It's thanks to you that I've finally seen it. I'd been more grateful to her than words could express. But until now, I hadn't said it out loud. You've already given me more than enough. Akira-kun. My voice trembled as I expressed my feelings. But I had to see this through to the end. I know you feel guilty, and I know it's not something you can easily let go of. Even so, I want to spend the rest of the time I have here with you. So it's not just for you, it's for me too. Please, stay with me. This was my honest, unvarnished truth. I need you, Aoi-san. I didn't know if I'd expressed it well or if I'd just been selfish. But finally saying it out loud lifted a weight from my chest, leaving me with an unfamiliar sense of clarity. A long silence followed, and even the sound of the rain seemed to fade into quiet. No one's ever told me they need me before. Her voice broke the silence, soft and trembling, followed by a faint sniffle. Still looking down, her expression hidden, Aoi-san placed her hand against my chest, clutching my shirt. Can I really stay by your side? Her voice was so small it was nearly lost to the rain. Of course. Please, stay with me. I placed my hand over hers, steadying her trembling fingers. I didn't know how long we stood there. By the time I realized, the rain had stopped, and sunlight was streaming through the gaps in the clouds. Epilogue. So, how does it feel to reunite with your first love? A few days later, while we were at Aoi-san's part-time job at the cafe, Eiji asked me this. It must have been because summer vacation had started. The cafe was bustling with students, and Aoi-san had been busy running around the whole time. Nothing special. It doesn't really change anything. In the end, it just happened that Aoi-san turned out to be that girl. Of course, I was surprised, but even if she hadn't been, I still would have done everything the same. By the way, Eiji, when did you figure out that Aoi-san was that girl? From the very beginning, of course. From the very beginning? Yeah. Just like you and Aoi-san went to the same kindergarten, she and I did too. We weren't in the same class, but we went to the same elementary and middle schools. It's only natural since we were in the same school district. I guess that makes sense. But then why didn't you tell me? Because that wouldn't have been any fun. No fun. Seriously? Eiji grinned mischievously, a rare sight for him. If your meeting was fate, then I figured you'd realize it on your own eventually. I'll admit, when you two started living together without knowing she was your first crush, I was shocked. But honestly, I found it pretty entertaining. Come on. Don't tell me Izumi knew too. Nope. I only found out after Eiji told me, right after we got off the phone with you. I was super surprised but also kind of moved. Like, wow, this is what fate feels like. I couldn't help but feel like I'd been played. So, what about Aoi-san? What did she say? Izumi leaned forward excitedly, her eyes sparkling. Well, I haven't told her. What? Why not? Izumi looked at me in disbelief. It's because Aoi-san doesn't realize that the boy from back then was me. And even if she wasn't my first love, I still would have done the same things. It's not really something I need to bring up. Of course you should tell her. Izumi gave me an exasperated glare. Sure, she said that, but how was I supposed to say it at this point? Should I just come out and say, actually, that boy was me, and you were my first love? Should I tell her that the reason I stayed by her side back then was because I wanted to be friends with the girl I liked? No way. If someone confessed to a childhood crush like that, it'd just make things awkward. Fine. I'll tell her for you. Aoi-san. Hey, stop. She's busy, and you'll just bother her. Hearing her name called, Aoi-san looked over from behind the counter. She tilted her head curiously, silently asking if something was wrong. I quickly waved my hands to signal that everything was fine, and she smiled before nodding and returning to work. Come on, Izumi. Let's leave it to Akira to decide, Eiji intervened. Boring, Izumi pouted, puffing out her cheeks in frustration. But hey, there's no rush. We've got all of summer vacation ahead of us. The fun's just getting started. True. I'll look on the bright side. Izumi's ability to instantly switch gears and brighten the mood was so typical of her. I decided not to point out that she didn't need to get any more positive. Just then, Aoi-san, now without her apron, walked over to our table. Mind if I join you? Sure, but are you done with work? The manager gave me a lunch break. He's even making meals for all of us, so let's eat together. Yay. Izumi cheered. While Izumi celebrated, I bowed slightly toward the manager. He responded with a casual wave. All right, now that we're all here, let's plan out our summer vacation. This year, we'll explore all sorts of places and also search for Aoi-san's grandmother's house. Oh, by the way, do you think Hiyori could come back here for the summer? It'd be great to have her join us, and more people means more fun. Yeah, sounds good. Izumi, why don't you contact her? On it. Izumi immediately grabbed her phone and made the call. She said yes, she announced moments later. Peeking at Izumi's phone, it seemed Hiyori planned to stay here for the entirety of summer vacation. I chose not to comment on how this meant I wouldn't get any time alone with Aoi-san. All right, now that our team's assembled, let's make this the best summer ever. We started tossing out ideas for places we wanted to visit, getting more and more excited. It had been almost 2 months since I'd taken in the class loner gyaru. It seemed like this summer was shaping up to be the busiest and most memorable one of my life. Before I knew it, the rainy season had passed, and the sky was a dazzling, cloudless blue. End of Volume 1.